1 minute to the U.S. market open. Mondi files for its secondary offering up to 1.3 million shares of common stock. That's Michael Oscar, November Delta, MOND.
So looking now to the text release from Fed's Daily. So Fed's Daily does say the Fed needs the boldness to wait given uncertain times.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's November 17, 2023, 9:30 in the morning. Market just opened. It's a Friday, so we would like to be very careful today because Friday can either be a choppy or a good day, depending on what SPY is doing. So SPY, just finishing up my levels here. Pre-market low is 450. Pre-market high is at 451.94 for our pre-market. And let's see here. So that is the SPY right there. It looks like we are about to retest that high of the day, which is, well, high of 2 days ago, which is 451.5. So I'm watching a couple of stocks today. I'm watching BABA. BABA look weak. There's not a lot of volume with BABA. Yesterday we were watching this one for our gap down list. Today continuation with that gap down. So second day play. I don't like the second day play just because it's not as fluid as the first day gap down, gap up. Tesla already had a dump right here. So Tesla had formed that pre-market. It went below the pre-market. So that's the opening range breakdown. I am not planning to do any opening range breakdown today. I did not see a lot of potential for an orb or an opening range breakdown or a breakout. So that's why we are just going to be sitting on the sideline here looking at NVIDIA. That is my level for NVIDIA. And let me just make sure that all the connections are good on my end and that you guys can hear me. So let's see here. So that's why we are just going to be sitting on the side. All right, so NVIDIA had a bounce. We don't really have specific news today. The last news happened at 8:50. There's some minor news at 2 in the afternoon, which I don't think will move the market that much. So we'll just watch for now. So pre-market high for Microsoft is 377. GPS is a float of 209 million. So not a low float stock. This is shortable and very strong today. 16.50 is the pre-market high and pre-market low is at 15.72. Of course, not considering the post-market that happened from 4 p.m. until 8 yesterday, but yeah, pretty strong right there. But it is below the VWAP. Now we would like to focus on a higher time frame, which is a 5-15, and we have that daily. So for the 15, I usually keep my 15 here where I have my pivot point as well, and pivot point right here too. So SPY having a little bit of a pullback. It's too early to tell. Looks like it encountered that resistance right there, which is, let me change the level there or the color. In that way, it's clear where that resistance had happened. So that resistance that SPY encountered was yesterday's high, that wick right there. SGD, this one, yeah, low float stock. It's actually on a trading halt. I just wanted to watch that for fun. AMAT, this one is a float of 833 million. So not a low float stock. It had been one of the most gap down here, but yeah, it is now almost like filling the gap. How far of filling the gap will this do? We don't know. So that's why we just wait for any signs of clear signal of where and what this stock wants to do. Right now, it's not as clear as to what this thing wants to do. So what else are we watching? Let's see Amazon. So far for the daily, I haven't seen anything really interesting for the daily. Unlike yesterday where we saw Uber as well as D-Dog, today Uber and D-Dog kind of flat at the open, which that's what happened as well yesterday. So let's go back to the daily chart. So your Uber right here, yeah, Uber still looks very strong here, but there's no setup to take here because this one is almost like a 3-day play. You have a continuation of the third day where it is just trying to test the high versus, retesting the support here, but no trades to take there. D-Dog is interesting, but not a lot of volume. What I see in D-Dog is it looks like it has a reversal right here. It can test the high of this 110.64 before it gets rejected. But right now with not a lot of volume, you really are not able to have a follow through move with not a lot of volume. So for BABA, BABA is interesting because BABA can test the high of, this wick right here, which is that level of that candlestick yesterday, which is the low of yesterday. So it can test that level there from yesterday. The only thing is BABA is a 2-day. This one is more predictable than this one. So not the A plus there. Tesla is just so weak. We can already see that because, this one turned as the pivot right there. NVIDIA NVIDIA is also a high price stock. Interesting enough, most of the stock is pulling back. GPS is, let's see if it pre-market. Let's see if it has the news. I'm sure it has because it is up by 23%. So this one created an opening range breakout setup. It's above the VWAP, very strong here. Safe and Green Development, 11.7. Just looking at GPS breaking news right here. Started the news yesterday at after hours, hence having that pushed, and then now a continuation. So that is what's happening with GPS. All right, so SPY had that rejection still from yesterday's high at 450.52. So rejection from SPY. What I'm looking at now is any signs of rejection as well. Just because SPY is having that rejection, I would like to have a rejection with D-Dog just because of that lower low, lower high in your daily. But it's just 109,000 volume, so you cannot have a follow through with that kind of volume. SGD is still on a hold. This one is a low float stock, so be very careful with that. I just like watching it, but I'm not going to be trading it. Just curious. Microsoft having that pullback. Yeah, looks like still has a way to go down there. Look at that big order right there. This one is going to push through 17. You have 17 right here. I just don't have an edge to trade this one. If this one, the best setup here was an opening range breakout, but right now, if it has a little bit of a pullback to 16.52, then this can be a good a VWAP play. It is above your pre-market high, and then it's above the VWAP. But with this volatility, you want to be very careful with this This is gonna go to 17 right here. 1650, so already moved by 45 cents at the open. 17, yeah, that was a big order right there. What I'm looking for is a pullback around 16.64. With that pullback, I can consider taking a long here, but I would like to get a long position once it's close to the VWAP. So around 16.67, hopefully it gets there before it shoots up again. So let's see here. We have to consider 1685, 87. Bunch of 17s here. There's an 85, 84. It doesn't look like it's wanted to go below 84. Right now, it's that block of 84 is acting as a support. So I entered a small position to the long there just because that 84, 16.84 is acting as a support, but it will be a tight stop loss here. It will be at 1659 as the stop loss here. So not the best setup here because I was wanting to get a more fill at the VWAP, which is around 16.67. It's not going below that 84, so I just went and added to or entered the position there. So I added to my position. Stop loss here is still at 16.63. So at the break of the VWAP, I will be out of this trade, 16.63. I'm willing to have that stop loss at 16.63. My entry is at 16.95. So I am risking around 30 cents for this trade. Did not get to do a big shares with this trade just because it already went without me. So yeah, just trying to manage my my position here. And looking at the 5 minutes, we do have a block there at 17 acting as a strong ceiling right there at 17. So unless we get to see big orders at the ask, this can just stay here at this level for now. So be very careful with this. Average cost is still at 16.95. So that one is right here. 95, that's the average cost. So just holding my position here. Let's see if I can add to this position at the sign of pullback, thinking of an adding to here, 1603. Now we have 17 acting as a support there. So 17 acting as a support, stop loss is still at 16.63. So looking at this very closely now because this can go either direction. So still below the VWAP, 16.63 is my stop loss there. So with this kind of stock that moves very, very volatile very quickly, you want to manage your risk by just, getting a couple of shares because this can go either direction. So right now, it looks like that 17 is acting as a big and strong resistance there. I'm looking for some orders that can print in this higher tape that I have, because that higher tape is the tape that I have for a bigger volume that's happening. So stop loss 16.63. So I'm only risking 30 cents on this trade, and then I'll be out of this trade if it goes below that VWAP right here. So let's see, 1698. We are still 17 acting as a ceiling right there. So right now, let's see if it's gonna stop me out. There was a rejection right there that happened. 1684, 1693. I'm looking at the tape. We have some stocks of 17 sitting right there. Stop loss is still below the VWAP right here. Now, hands is on the trigger. If this one is going below the body of that candlestick, then more chances that it's gonna go below the VWAP as well. That's why we are just keeping an eye on this. So 1695 acting as a support there. If we look at the 15 looks a bit overextended there. So unless there's a big order that jumps in, yeah, this can just go either direction as well. So just managing the risk by looking at the tape as well as, not anymore adding to this position. There's 17.06, 17.07 that's building up, but 17 is acting still as a strong wall. So we have a wall at 17. It is undecided on what it wants to do on the 17. I just need, there is, okay, so that's a pop right there at 17.15. So now the wall is at 17.15, 17.12, 17.15, bunch of, let's see, 17.06 is acting there as the next level. So we are now above the body of this candlestick. 17.06 is our next support here. Where is my... So we have created a new high here. So that this is my entry right here, 16.99. New high, 17.20. We do have 17.27 as a new wall right here. Big order sitting at 16.95. So now, is it wrong to take some partial? Not at all. And let's see if it still has some room to go here. A lot of prints and 17.27, 27, 28. So, it still has some room to go here. Now, thought process is I should have had more shares. So I'm selling some. And then now I'm moving my stop loss higher than my break even here. So even if this one stopped me out, it still is a green trade. So I have my stop loss here. I have this just because it had moved significantly already. So stop loss is there. But this one, 17.33, looks like still has some room to go. So we are in the good position here. What I'm waiting for is a break of 17.42. So 17.42, we have a support now at 17.34. I need a volume bar to pick up. It's retesting this one. I don't like that. I need to see a 17.45, 43 to get print. There's a big order right there at the wall. There's a bunch of orders at the ask still. So this one still has the tendency to still push higher. 17.35, next destination there. 34, some sellers here. If you see SPY does not have any effect with this one. This one is a strong stock. I usually don't jump in with a VWAP play, but it was so strong. We are encountering a strong resistance at R4. So that R4 right there, strong resistance. We need to break that resistance. Otherwise, this is just gonna waterfall. So 17.45, trailing my stop again. Is it wrong to take partial here? Not at all. But I see the potential here. Volume started to pick up at 9:45. We are at R4. R4 is a very strong resistance there. Once it pushed, there you go. Once it pushed the R4, then we have a higher probability that it can still push. We do have order sitting here, 17.54. That was a big rejection, but that one was in the R4. So now I am just trailing my stop here. I am risking 40, 41, 42. So I'm risking 10 cents, but I already captured that move right here. If you notice, I started to build up my position right here. When we were encountering that wall, I keep adding to my position and just riding this thing up. So I would need to see this one having the 17.35 as a support. Otherwise, it might encounter, this is the first doji right there. It might encounter that first, a lot of some profit takers here, but not really a short yet. Those are just small candlestick, but it is a doji, so be careful with this one. It can just have a pullback as well. But I need to have this one break of 17.51, which is, it's about to. We have a big order sitting right here, 1760, boom. All right, so now moving my stop loss here. This is a very quick trade. I am more than up my my goal for today. But yeah, this is 1755. We haven't seen any lower low, lower high yet. Next destination, 1758. So if you did not get to enter this trade at below 16, you should not be entering this trade. 17.61 is the next destination here. So let's see, but big order right here. Look at this one, 100.01. Add 2 zeros right there, 1761. This is the trailing of your stop. This can just stop me out right here as well. That's okay. But the wall there happened at 17.61. We are heading to 17.68. Wow, I did not expect this one for a Friday. 17.68. So 64, 65, trailing the stop now, getting a little bit aggressive with the stop just because that is already a big move. And we did get a chunk of shares with this trade. So 17.73, that one was a big rejection right there. That was a big move right there. I won't be surprised if this one stopped me out. That's totally fine. That was a big mover right there. So let's see. Hopefully, I can still get into this trade. Big, yeah, that was a big sell right there. So let's see if, so just unloading share size here. And let's see if it still, so I still have like 25% left. So let's see here. Yeah, that was a big wall at 17.74. Big wall at 1750. Wow. So right now, that is an inverted hammer. With this kind of stock, you don't want to mess up with this and do a short here. You can just you can get short squeeze with this. Very strong stock. But yeah, we get to capture that move right there. But let's see. So that move from 16.19 all the way to 17.49. So it's just 50 cents move, but we did maximize our profit because we keep adding to this. So when we get to see the wall starting to build up, and then you have the higher high, higher low that's starting to build up, it's just right at the open. Momentum is there. SPY is pretty much flat. Most of the traders are watching this. Yeah, we get to capture this. So what I'm waiting for this is a 9 EMA. That 9 EMA is so high though that I would like to have this one. Let's see, there's no setup to take here. No setup. So I hope you guys you were able to ride that that trade. Amazon, look at this, 142.9, 143. That one, look at how big this candlestick is. SPY is not doing as much. So Amazon is very active today. So I will keep an eye on Amazon with a pivot point. Amazon was just in a range bound yesterday. We are now encountering R3 in Amazon. Since it's just the open, I'm not comfortable doing a reverse here, even if that's a strong resistance, just because R3 can just go, you can just break that R3 as well. So not not comfortable in doing any reversal at the moment. So now that we get to INTC, had a big move yesterday. So it might just AMAT. Okay, so AMAT, this is the short bias that we have. This is the gap down. High price stock though, so be careful with this. It is developing that level right there, which is 147.87. It is looking short to me. We have that triple top. So the 148.80.55. Wow. This one, be very careful. 13 cents is the spread. So as soon as you enter in, you're already down by 13 cents. I don't like that. So yeah, I'm going to skip that. Although it's looking, let's see, not as weak, just because look at the volume bar here, not a lot. It can just consolidate. So stay away from that. Where is that? Yeah, this one is just consolidating. I won't be surprised if this one actually pop again. So now having that 9 EMA as a support, that's not enough support. You only have a little volume bar right here. Yeah, it would be nice if it goes again close to around 16.83 at that time. You know, if this at this level 16.8385 creates a hammer right there, then I might consider. But right now, yeah, it's the easy trade already happened. Piton looking interesting, but there's no volume. The thing that I like about Piton is look at this one, but it's just over 500,000 shares. There would not be any follow through for that. So not going to be touching that. Amazon is the one that's looking overextended. It went to the R3. Your daily looks still strong. So this still can have room for it to go up. So let's see. So yeah, I did not get to oh, this one. I think if look at this big order here at Coin, but there's no setup at Coin. Yeah, I did not expect any VWAP play today, but that GPS was so strong that it created that VWAP play. This one, yeah, there's no trade to take here. I just keep watching it. But please know that when I watch it, it's not like I'm opening a position. Yeah, the easy trade here was at this level. Now this one can still be a runner, but at this level, you should not be starting any position. The Coin one, let's see. Coin. I saw that big order sitting here earlier, and looks like, yeah, it did had that pop. The only thing is no edge in trading this one. It's just an inside bar from the daily. Amazon looks like a rejection in R3. That can just be short-lived. That's why I did not want to touch that. So let's look for an easy trade. What we're looking for earlier is a rejection in DDOG as well as in Uber. Look at this volume, 263,000, not a lot for you to make money or make that significant move. Comparing the move of Uber from yesterday, look at how big those wicks are. Wick at the top, at the bottom. That in itself will tell you how difficult the trading day is for Uber. So stay away from Uber. Amazon, big rejection right there, 43. I was looking at that R3, but yeah, that R3 as well. By the way, I put a level there. That's also the pre-market high, and that was the rejection there. Yeah, but no trades to take there. Easy move already happened. This one is the doji, but the daily is an inside bar. so we can't really tell what it wants to do there. GPS is just consolidating here. Looks like, yeah, they're still trying to push this thing up. 1737. So since, yeah, this is a lot of volume here, looks like, yeah, it is about to create. Let's see if it will pass through 1773. That's the new high here. Big order sitting right here. Yeah, this might go past through that 17.73 and create a new high. So let's just watch what else we can see here. Tesla had a bounce, and BABA is 77.94, 76.76. I don't like the daily. It's a 2-day play. Yeah, this is the reason why I'm not comfortable with the Amazon short, because it's still looking strong at the daily. Although you encounter that R3 resistance there, but from the bigger picture, this one can still, even the next resistance here is 144.67. So it can do that. This one, the thing that throws me off of this is the spread. So did not want to touch that. Nvidia, so just trying to see an easier trade here. Tesla looking like having a rejection. Yeah, this one's just picking up some steam. The only thing is with the 15 minutes, it looks so overextended that I would like it to do a bull flag pattern where there is a pullback, you enter at the pullback, and you do it long again. But look at how overextended this thing is. So I went all out at 17.50 and left at least another 23 cents there. So for that, you always cannot get all of that, right? All of that move. But I'm happy with that move. If there's no setup and you already, got exit, you got stop out, then you just look for a next trade. So you always wanted to think one trade after the other. So always have to have that one good trade. All right, Amazon. Amazon now, the volume bar here started to pick up to the low. Yeah, that's a big volume bar here, but compared to the rest, that's actually just medium size as well. What I'm seeing with Amazon is it has a potential. Let's see, I'm just looking at the 1 minute, 5 minutes. So yeah, that's how important it is to keep going back and forth the higher time frame. 5 minutes here, not a lot of volume when we close red. So yeah, this can, now that pre-market high, the green level that I placed, as well as the R3 is acting as a support. So going in between. So now it's a support, now it's a resistance. You don't have an edge to trade that. So look for an easier trade. INTC, what I see here is it just went above, it created a new high. Oh my gosh. GPS, look at this one. So I only get that 50 cents moved. Could have managed this better if I just partialed here. But let's see the 1 minute. Yeah, I just realized when I was looking at this one, I switched my chart to a 1 minute. So this one kind of like scared me out. But looking at the 5 minutes, that wasn't such a too bad of a pullback. But anyway, that's how it is. Amazon now had that confirmed pullback. Let's see. SPY is red. $143.86. Tesla, Microsoft. All right, Amazon. Very tricky here. Tesla, Microsoft. So GPS is still heading higher. All right, so it looks like, yeah, that GPS one still was pushing up. So it did stop me out at 1750. Left 25 cents there in the table. Totally fine with that. But at least we were able to manage our risk. INTC or Intel. So with this one, it's a 2-day play. So I'm not, we don't have an edge in trading this one just because it is, let's see, it's an inside bar looking at the daily. So no edge with that. Next one. Tesla is about to create a new high of the day. What else? Amazon is very interesting today. I'm waiting for Amazon to touch this level, 144.71. That is the low of the wick of 3 days ago. So let's put a line there. In that way, we know what we're looking at, and we don't have to keep going back and forth. Let's see. Yeah, Amazon. This one still has some room to go. The easy trade here in Amazon is a long trade, but right now there's no setup. No setup for reversal, nothing. Yeah. Let's look at Apple. Apple is on the range of R3, S3 here in the pivot point, but Apple is looking weak, but we don't have any edge here in entering a trade just because it already is so far from the VWAP. If this one had tested that S3 couple of times, so this is going to be the third time, so that can just act as a strong support. All right, looking at Amazon again. Amazon created that long wick at 144.49. The daily is still not, I'm still not convinced that this is done pushing up. I might miss the trade, but that's okay. Let's be on the safe side here. Baba have this hammer looking at the bottom, but this one is looking weak. So this still has some room for this to go down. So yeah, no trades to take there. Let's see what Bitcoin stuff is doing. Bitcoin is coin, or COIN, is one of those Bitcoin sectors. So I always kind of just wanted to look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. GPS move almost $1 after my exit. Almost $1 after my exit. So that's totally fine. Let's focus on another good trade here. Amazon rejected that, had that rejection at 144.51. Long wick at the 15 though, so that's gonna be hard to trade that. I was wanting for Amazon to test 144.67. That's the only price that I will be interested in shorting this one. Piton is an inside bar, not a lot of volume, so not gonna be, so this is one of the things that I'm watching, PTON, but yeah, not a lot of volume there, so just gonna be on the sideline. So let's see if we can have INTC. INTC created that wick. The only thing that I see with INTC though is, let's see, risking 12 cents. Let's see, INTC looking weak here, but this can just be an inside bar as well. 5 minutes looks okay, but look at the 15 minutes, the pivot point. Pivot point in the 15 minutes is still far from S3 to R3. So I will be interested in shorting this one if it is close to the R3 in the pivot point. But right now it's just close to the S3. So this one still has some room for this to push higher. Piton, on the other hand, if this one has more volume, it had reached that R3 and S3, and but without the volume, there's no follow through that can happen. All right, Amazon, back in Amazon, because we have this inverted hammer that was created here, that 5 minutes. So 5 minutes created that inverted hammer. Good entry there, 144.15 to the short. So let's see if 144.15 is still gonna, if it's still gonna pop to 144.15. 144.15, that, oh my gosh, waiting for a better entry, so waiting for a pop to 144.15. So we are at 15, so entering short here in Amazon. Average cost is 144.15. I am willing to give it room until 144.49, so risking around 35 cents for this trade. This is not the A+ setup, just because the daily can still go to push up. A big order right there, 44.13. So there's also that prints there of red prints. Let's see. So yeah, I am short Amazon right now. So average cost is 144.12. Let's see if it's gonna allow me to add more position here, or so it already went lower. So yeah, that was a good move right there. 144.12 is my average cost. So let me put a line there, 144.12. Yeah, that's the average cost right there. Now we are back in that pre-market high, which is acting as a strong support earlier. So that support right there, it can just bounce up from there, or hopefully SPY is gonna have a little bit of a pullback. Too early for SPY to have a pullback, but considering that SPY is red and it is below the VWAP, I like that factor. So Amazon is, yeah, let's give this some time. So it created a new low, comparing from that previous 5-minute candlestick where the low of that is 144.03. So that low of that previous candlestick is now acting as a resistance or a ceiling. So now what we're trying to do here, and hopefully will do, is to break that level at R3 that resistance, or that R3 resistance is gonna act as that it can break and pass through that. So we still have lots of red prints right here. This one is working nicely. And the thing that I saw here is how big that candlestick is with the 15 minutes. That 945 big candlestick, it's a little bit, has a little bit of anomaly there. And that's the reason why this caught my attention. So now we are testing that moving average 143.65. This one is working nicely. So is it wrong to take some partial? Not at all. But looking at SPY is about to go lower than S3. So for that, let's see if this one has a potential to go to the VWAP 43.4. SPY just had a bounce at the S3. So it's not too, it's not wrong to take some partial there. Definitely. Taking some partial is a good thing. Let's see, I was supposed to take a partial. Looks like I added to my position, so which is totally fine as well. So let's see here. Okay, covering some shares here, moving my stop loss lower than my break even now, and just got aggressive with my stop loss there just because of what SPY is doing. All right, so all out of that position, but yeah, we were able to capture that move. So that one was the Amazon trade. Next one, Piton, getting very enticing here because of the R3 S3, but volume is just 1 million. I need more volume. But look at the anomaly here. The 15 minutes has a big candlestick there, not a lot of volume, but I need to work on having more volume. Otherwise, there's not going to be a follow through. So what I'm looking at with Amazon, this is what I want, is another short in Amazon, but I want this one to retest again the high, because looks like SPY is also just retesting the level. So I'm looking for a short in Amazon in 144.15 again. Let's see here, but it's still pushing up. So I like that it's gonna push up a little. So that means I can get a better entry. So I re-entered short Amazon here. Average cost is not as great as the initial one. So my average cost is at 144.07. Stop loss here is still that 144.49. So small position. With that small position, I'm willing to risk so 144.07, and then so I'm risking almost like 40 cents here, but I only have like 400 shares, so not a lot there. So let's see. There's a bunch of orders sitting at 144.20s, so that can just pretty much go to that level as well. 144.15. Let's see. 144.20s. So I just keep looking at SPY as well and Amazon. Although the daily in Amazon and the daily in SPY doesn't really look the same, but with that little bit of a pullback with the SPY, there is a higher probability or higher chance that Amazon can have that pullback as well. That's why I re-entered Amazon to the short once it went to 144.15. So 144.15 acting as a block there. It's now 144.16. Only have 400 shares, so stop loss right there is that less than 50 cents. So what I'm seeing with SPY is the 5 minutes with SPY is strong. So SPY is pushing up there. Let's see. A bunch of orders 144.28 with Amazon. So that can act as a strong pushed up as well to the 20s. $144, we're back on that level. 144.16, 17. Let's see, SPY is just flat. It's just 0.02, down by 0.02, which is not a lot for SPY. So just going back and forth, Piton as well as Amazon, Piton. If Piton only has like at least 2 million shares, this can be a good R3 and S3 trade that it can just go with that level. So let's see here. That's the thing about having a big wick. Having a big wick is, means you're actually going to be risking more because of that, how big the wick is. But that's why I only had 400 shares with this. So I mitigate the risk by just doing a small position. So stop loss here is at 144.50. So let's see, right now it's printing 144.43, 40, 41, 44, almost close to my stop loss here. 42, 43, big order sitting right there. 47, 46. All right, 44. 43, so looking at the tape, still just printing 144.43. My stop loss here is at 144.51. I'll put a 0.01 there instead of a 50. 45, yeah, SPY is pushing up, of course. 144.50 is the stop loss, or 144.51. So bunch of 46 here. SPY is pushing up. So yeah, I am out of that trade. Out of this trade just because of that push as well. And yeah, my stop loss got hit. So let's see. So let's look for an easy trade. D-Dog as well as, I like saying that, D-Dog as well as Uber are pretty much just range bound, and there's no, look at this thing. So as soon as it stopped me out, okay, willing to re-enter this one to the short, Amazon. So I re-entered Amazon to the short. Stop loss is still that 144.51, and this is gonna be my last trade here in Amazon. Then I am done with trading this Amazon. So let's see, we are in the R3 still, looking at the pivot point right here. So new entry here is 144.13. So that's the new entry there. And stop loss is the high of the day, which is 144.52. This one, by the way, can still go either direction. So yeah, be very careful with this trade. It still is, either a long or a short, most especially that what SPY is doing. So let's see this. This one was the one on the hold, trading hold, but yeah, nothing there. SGD. Apple just got a bounce, PLTR. So while I'm waiting for this consolidation to happen, yeah, just keep scanning through what else is out there. So yeah, just bunch of consolidation. Stop loss here is the high of the day. Let's see, just looking at the daily for Amazon, I really cannot read anything with the daily. That's why this one can still go either direction. Did we get to touch that level? So the wick right here, that one was the level that I was talking about, 144.69. So technically it can still go to 144.69. But yeah, our stop loss here is 144.53. Yeah. So 144. So this one is still inside this candlestick. It can still go either direction. That's why, yeah, let's just keep an eye on this one. Manage this one before looking for a next trade. SPY is pushing up still. The way that I get to see it is, it's this one, although it had that big pushed up, the 5 minutes, it's, yeah, big wick right here. So not as clean. You have some bunch of big candlestick. So yeah, definitely not the cleanest. But so we're back at this level. This is the support that it keeps testing for a while. So let's see if that support is gonna be broken. Tesla created a new high. BABA. Python just broke out of R3. And then coin. Yeah, there's nothing to see here. This one is inside bar. So I don't like an inside bar. It can just go either direction. I like trading the extreme. If it's, all the way in the daily, created an inverted hammer. You can tell there that it's ready for reversal. Unlike for an inside bar, it can test the previous high of that candlestick or previous low of that candlestick. All right, so there's a big order, 144.2 that went through. That one was, so you add 2 zeros there. That is 3 million shares. But yeah, this can just still stop me out here. So preparing my orders here. If this one goes above that level, 144.52, then I am out of this trade. So 52 is the stop loss. Big order that went through at 44.39. All right, so that's still the block there. Went through there is, so you add 2 zeros. So you have at least, oh my gosh, too many zeros. All right, 52 is the stop loss there. Which this gives me a little bit of a conviction that, yeah, almost 3 million there. It can retest that high, 44.39. 0.53 is the stop loss there. Big orders again went through. So there's a big wall that keeps rejecting that level, and that's in 144.37. So let's see here. SPY, yeah, you can't really tell if it's a pullback or not because SPY is just flat. So let me just take a look at this one. So 44.4142, I am 10 cents away from getting stop out here. 50.49, stop loss is at 52. There's prints of 50 there. I'm still looking for prints of 52. 47, 48, 49, 47 again, 50s. Okay, very close. All right, so I am out of that trade. So out of that Amazon trade. So let's see here. This one gonna push higher. Yeah, looks like that level right there, which is the wick of this candlestick, is gonna be testing that wick right there. So yep, so out of that, let's look for an easy trade. Tesla looking weak, but it's a high price stock. Coin got a reversal there. Piton, did we get the volume? Piton is 1.3 million. So look at this, the tape as well as your level 2 is not moving as much. So yeah, that's a hard stock to trade because the volatility is not there. All right, so far that Amazon and GPS is our trade today. And let's look for a different one because right now I don't see any setup. Let's look at what Lee is doing. Lee, what is the ATR here? So Lee is a float of 810. Lee is a gap up. Potential for this one, a 9 EMA trade here to 41.10. The only thing that I don't like is the 15 minutes. It is very wicky right here. But volume bar is there at the 5 minutes. So I'm watching LI right now. Volume bar is a little higher with that support in your 9 EMA. The good entry here is at 40.84. But let's take a look first if there's even any follow through that's happening here. Because the way that I see it here is in the daily, it looks like it's actually about to drop because of that wick that it created. And you have that inverted hammer looking at the daily. So yeah, the daily is the one that's causing me to think of not doing a long in Lee because it's still looking weak, although it's a gap up. All right, what is GPS doing? GPS is awesome. Look at this one. It's still moving up there. Wow. All right, Piton eventually get that reversal there. Just no volume. All right, so no open position right now. Yeah, that this Python would be hard to enter that trade. This one, how's our spread? Just looking at AMAT, 78.60. So 6 cents spread. Looks like that created a wall in 48.61. But this one, you're gonna have to have at least almost 80 cents risk here. So that's a huge risk. So once you get to see how much risk are you able to be okay with the trade for this one, you are high is 48.63. If you enter now 47.60 or 50, you're actually risking $1 for this. So that's how you eliminate those stocks that you don't want to get yourself involved in because of the higher risk. You're risking $1 here. That means you need to have at least $2 move for that trade to become a good trade. And that $2 move is highly unlikely because you have a big order sitting right here at 147.60. So it can just immediately pop at that 147.60. All right, Amazon. So last one here is if it goes above 144.43. The last entry here, let's see, it created that, let's see, volume bar. Let's look at our volume bar. Not a lot there. Volume is dying here at that big push. Big push still has lots of volume. Now this is the one that I was calling out earlier, that it will test that resistance, which it did, because that is the wick of that 3 days ago candlestick, and sure enough it did. So last short here with Amazon, and that if this one doesn't work again, then yeah, I will be not touching Amazon for the day. But yeah, last short here. Stop loss is the new high of the day. So my average cost here is 144.38. So 144.38 is the new average cost for Amazon. So 144.38. If SPY is just gonna keep doing what it's doing now, which is just flat, then this is not gonna be a good trade as well, because it will just get me chopped. Coin had a big rejection. This one, yeah, it did move, but Amazon, so still managing my trade in Amazon. GPS still like looks like still has some room for that one to go. So yeah, still in this Amazon trade. Average cost there, 44.38. Willing to risk up to 144.65, which is the new high of the day. So risking around 30 cents for this trade. Python is looking weak as well here. With that big volume bar, we have 1.5 million shares. So for Piton, let's see. Piton looks 54, 5.45. Yeah, there's a big volume bar at Piton right there. So 5.45. There's just no edge at all in the daily. This trade right here, if I take it, it's just solely based on the pivot point here, which is it opened below the pivot point yesterday, and then yeah, this thing can still go higher actually, because it just have that R3 as a support now. It's a low probability trade when you don't base your trade on the daily daily chart. So Amazon just consolidating there. It's working now, but yeah, I took 3 stabs for this, so not too happy about that. All right, so let's see what else is out there. Uber's doing nothing. D-Dog is doing nothing. Baba is at the VWAP. Tesla is just consolidating right now. And then we have Nvidia also consolidating, Microsoft consolidating, GPS did the move, SGD is the low float stock, but this one is not even shortable, so you cannot expect any short squeeze to happen there. So with that, I don't like it to long those stuff as well. Amazon here, we're back at that level. Remember that that level had been tested couple of times here. That is our R3 there. It can still act as a support, so we have to be careful with that. With SPY, that's just doing nothing for the couple of, so this one is 30 minutes 30, so an hour and 15. SPY is just flat, and Amazon is just in this range. So hoping that it breaks that support right there, that 9 EMA, so we can see a better move with this Amazon. So with that, just looking at the rest, if there's any other movements. Let's see. Piton doing nothing. So when there's nothing going on, what I do is just look at my scanner and see if there's anything that's popping there while I'm waiting for this consolidation right here. So what is this that's gapping down? This one is 3.1 million. Just flat though. This one is just flat. Okay, so nothing there. What is this? 500,000 shares, not a lot, nothing. DB is a float of 1.8 million. It's a gap up. But look at this one, not printing. You don't even see any movements at all. So not a good stock to trade. So I'm just going over my scanner here. LI, this is the reason why I did not want to do any 9 EMA trade here, because of this daily that is looking very, very weak with that inverted hammer at the daily. DB, we're back again to this not moving. So Amazon, at least we are now below that moving average. And SPY just now pop again. So forget about SPY. Well, we can't forget about SPY, but yeah, SPY is just chopping a lot of traders. But as long as you get your strategy, even if it's a range bound kind of day, we can still make profits out of that. We just need a solid strategy. Right, so BLTR is moving. I like when a stock is moving because once they move, even if I miss the move, then I'll wait for a reversal for that. So right now, reversal is still not due for BLTR, but I like that it moved from 19.7 all the way to 20.24. So I will look into that later on. Right now, I'm just stuck here with Amazon. So let's see if we can see any anomaly with our volume price analysis here. Yeah, not a lot of volume, so expect some consolidation to happen there. We are now back again in that level, but we are still below that moving average. This can pretty much just retest this level. I'm totally fine with that. Look at SPY. SPY is just going back and forth. It's VWAP, and that's why we cannot get any good follow through. So I'm waiting for this one to retest 143.96. That is the next support. This one is a huge candlestick. I don't like that there's not a lot of volume in that 15 minutes in that Amazon. But if SPY loses the VWAP or goes below the VWAP, then yeah, we can have a higher probability that this one can have a pullback as well. Nvidia is already below the VWAP, so I like that. It can have what we call a sympathy play, where those technology names can affect some of the big names as well, like Amazon. So now we created a new low. So new low based from, of course, just based from the previous candlestick. Now it went 143.93. So that's the new low right there. And let's see. Yeah, SPY still back in that range. So while I'm waiting for this to consolidate, I'm just looking at the rest of the stock. Is there anything else that's forming that once I'm out of this Amazon trade, then I can just easily jump into a trade. BLTR looks like almost all-time high here. Okay, Amazon, thank you. So Amazon just broke that. What did it break? R3. So R3 is broken. So that's the move that we were waiting for. It took us a couple of stabs though before it finally worked out. But once it worked out, then let's see here. Next support here is that moving average 143.7. So we still have, so Amazon is, let's see here, that acted as a support, which is a strong support there because that's a 9 EMA. That was already a big move right there as well. So is it wrong to take some partial? Not at all. Taking some partial is always a good thing. So that acted as a support there, that moving average. Also SPY have that little bit of a pushed up. So that's what we saw right here. So yeah, that acted as a strong support there. So now you look at SPY. SPY is now back at the VWAP. So bunch of buyers step in at 143.73. But we did take some partial right here. This is the next round. Our 15 minutes still looking okay. At this point, your stop loss should be at your break even. You should not have this one turn against you and have, yeah, stop loss now at break even. SPY is now back at the VWAP. So that's why we are just taking a little bit of stabs here and there. So back at VWAP for the SPY. It's actually above the VWAP and it's about to go below VWAP. So yeah, it's just SPY is flat. SPY does not have to, go anywhere. It can just turn flat, and that's why we just have to look for a trade that is moving and trade that. So this one, bunch of orders 43.95. We are still below the previous candlestick of this 15 minutes, 43.73. So now stop loss here is that this 144.12. If it goes above the 144.12, then I'm all out of this trade. Volume is there. Actually hoping that this one still moves lower, but yeah, above the hammer of the 5 minutes is my stop loss here now. So I'm using the 5 minutes, the above the top of the hammer of that 1045 candlestick is now my new stop loss. So that means I'm not gonna have this trade turn red against me. It already had that move, and I'm waiting for this one to create a new and break this support at 143.73. It can still go anywhere, given that the SPY can just decide what it wants to do. But now that we were able to capture the move, having that 144.08 as the stop loss is logical, just because I'm risking, so 144.08, I'm risking about 30 cents for that move, because I can still see some potential this to go lower. I'm willing to risk that move, or that 30 cents plus SPY rejected, got another rejection in the VWAP. So that's the reason why I'm keeping my shares here. So it's about to retest 143. Looking at the tape now, and as well as your level 2, 43.80. Just bunch of consolidation here. I need this to break 143.75. So the prints now is one that's big order that pushed through there. How many more minutes? Okay, this candlestick here still has 3 minutes before it closes, so it's too early to tell what it wants to do. But yeah, stop loss there is still above that 144.10. SPY just can't seem to figure it out what it wants to do. So big order that was so now we're turning into a white or a green candlestick here in the 5 minutes. So let's see. So almost about to get stop out there. So stop loss is 44.12 or 44, just above this candlestick, 44.09. So let's see here, 44.0605, 05, 08. All right, so all out of that trade. All right, so all out of that. All right, so that's the trade in Amazon. Next one. So Now it's time to look for an easier trade. All right, GPS is still going up there. All right, BLTR looks like, yeah, I did get that rejection at 20.34. It's 11. It's still too early for a reversal there. So let's dissect our trade here. So we were able to capture that move. We got the partial here, so we were still able to maximize with Amazon our our profit there, because we were able to go all the way down here and then all out at the sign of reversal, which is the body of this candlestick. Now what I'm seeing here is SPY is pushing up again. So this is another retest with Amazon as well as the SPY. If there's an anomaly that this one is getting overextended without the support of the volume, then that means this can be a good reshort. SPY is pushing up, trying to see whether this is a good place for a reshort. Volume did start to pick up there. So let's see here. So volume picked up in Amazon. So what I'm looking at Amazon here is that it can, we can get a reshort in Amazon. The only thing though is it held me back just because of the volume bar. Let's see the 15 minutes. 15 minutes, yeah, it did pick up the volume there. SPY looks like it's heading to that resistance of 450.35. Now what I want Amazon to do is to push and test again that high of the day, 144.62, before I get interested in shorting this one again. Let's see. So now we have 144.35 acting as a strong resistance there. SPY having a little bit of a pullback. I want Amazon to test again 144.62, and then if it creates a doji inverted hammer, just like the opportunity that it gave us here, then yeah, we can try to reshort that again. But otherwise, no trades to take there. 44, bunch of orders here. So next destination is 144.55, which is 144.55 is right here. Yeah, they're really pushing this one to 144.55. So Amazon about to get pushed. Oh wow, BLTR just get that reversal. Baba. So yeah, just still watching that. This is gonna go to 55. There's a big order sitting there at 55. So I want to see this pushed up 55. Oh. I'm just looking at GPS. GPS still, yeah, I left $1 in the table in GPS per share. All right, so let's focus on this one. Big order sitting right here. I need to see it pop to 144.45. SPY having a pullback. Yeah, it's gonna pop to 44.45. Orders about to get filled here. Looking at that. So interested in reshorting this one once it gets closer to 44.62. SPY is having a pullback. That order right there at 44.44, it's Amazon is still sitting there. So that still is very bullish. unless they cancel it. So 40 is still there. Let's see if this one gets printed. 43, there's the pop right there. So it popped to 40. Next destination here is 55. So this one is gonna pop to 55. So I just wanted to see that pop. So once you see a big order sitting at the ask or sitting at the bid, you wanted to see it print at the tape, because that means that's a legit order. Because anyone who orders here, puts their order in, they can still cancel that. So unless it gets printed here, then that's the time that the order actually went through. So yeah, 45 now. 45. Next destination, 55. 55 there. Did it print? 55 is still sitting there. Microsoft. $39 now. 38, 37. I don't see that 55 getting printed here. SPY having a pullback here. Let's see, where did it go? I don't see it now. All right, volume bar is dying here. I'm thinking of shorting this one, but let's see, 5 minutes. So I'm thinking of shorting this one at 144.33. Otherwise, if it just serves 44.32 as a support versus, it went below it, and then thesis is aborted. So now we're creating a new high compared to previous 5-minute candlestick. So this is strong. SPY back at the VWAP. The order at 144.55 is back. So yeah, this is heading to 55. Piton just rolled over. That's an easy trade there. Did it print? We're heading to 55. Almost there. All right, 55. That's the block of order that's sitting right there. So 55, yep. Got that print. And then that is, wait, the order is still sitting there. So it's still gonna push up to 55. All right, 55. That wall is still sitting there. SPY is already having a pullback here. So thought process is, if this 55 went away or goes away, someone canceled their order, SPY is having a pullback with, let's see the volume bar in SPY, 1 minute, getting interesting with the SPY. And then, but it's still here. Yeah, I'm waiting for an entry for a short for Amazon, but you have to be very careful with this. That's a big order there. So hands is on the trigger to short this one. SPY just had a big pullback as well. So another pullback with the SPY. And let's see here, 44, 43. So entering short Amazon here. I did not get to see that 55 print, and SPY is already having that pullback right here. So I entered short, and let's see here, my average cost with that entry is at 41. So 144.41. I know it's a little bit quick trade here, but SPY in the 1 minute just have that up pull down. So let me put in my level here, 44.41. That is my average cost after that add. And then I have so many lines here. The stop loss here is gonna be 44.56, but right now it's yeah, let's give it some time to consolidate. I have 44.56 as my stop loss, just because that is the body of that doji at 10:30. If I put a stop loss at 65, it is a little bit of a higher risk considering that it had that pullback already earlier. So yeah, average cost 144.41. It's working nicely here. And let's see if, yeah, this one still has a potential just because your SPY is still heading lower. So we were able to kind of time it in a way that when we saw SPY in the 1 minute having that big volume bar, having that pullback, we were able to see that Amazon was a laggard, and that's the time that we get to jump into Amazon. And if you notice earlier, I have a thesis that it will still go to 44.55 because that is the order that was sitting here at the ask. But again, that ask can also just be canceled, and look at where it is now. That ask just went away. So someone could have just canceled that order. So SPY back to S3 there. That is the low, almost the low of the day. Looks like S3 had been tested by SPY 3 times for the day. One is at 9:40, second one is at 10:10, and then now at 11. So I still have my shares here. Volume bar is starting to pick up. So I haven't had partial yet just because the 5 minutes is still looking weak, as well as the SPY just lost the S3, so still looking weak for the SPY. And that's the reason why we re-entered this position right here. So SPY just lost the S3. We're now heading down. This is the good, the good position that you want to be at. When you're short, SPY is dropping, you just hold your position. Hold your position, and of course, you do not let now this one to turn against you by having your stop loss now at either your entry, if you're willing to risk that, or just trail your stop. So either one based on your risk, your risk, you have to base it on your risk as well. So took some partial there. Always not, not a bad idea to partial. SPY, let's see, SPY still is, let's see, just consolidating, but looks like for Amazon, if we still have some leg down here, we are definitely at below the 9 EMA. Nvidia had a pullback. Let's see the rest. Tesla having a pullback. Tesla created that inverted hammer, by the way, which is on the top. So that one was a good for those who short that. But yeah, just managing the Amazon trade here. So now 44.15, I'm willing to risk 15 cents for this trade. So I'm lowering down my stop loss now below the body of this current candlestick that is forming, just because the way that this candlestick is moving around, it's just so quick that it can easily just snap back and stop me out. So that's why I am aggressive in putting down that stop loss. Now the stop loss is 144.17. So I'm only risking 15 cents for this trade. For this one to go, lower, we test again that moving average in the 15. That will be great. But otherwise, I'll be out of the trade if it snaps back at me with this candlestick. But right now, it looks like it's still heading lower. So next support here is 143.89. SPY back again to that R3 or S3. So, okay, so all out of that trade. That just snapped at me. Snap. So yeah, out of that trade. So, that's how you capture those quick move. So good trade there with Amazon. This one, I was looking at Tesla. Look at this inverted hammer right here. Inverted hammer. But the daily is looking bullish though. But this one is a high price stock. With Amazon, this can pretty much still go lower. I was just got a bit aggressive with that because SPY just keeps snapping back and forth, and no follow through there. All right, so, oh, GPS. This is the first candlestick in the 15 minutes for that red one. So 17.95, 18.15, risking 20 cents there. But this is the strong stock. You don't want to short a strong stock. All right, so 2 trades so far, so good. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at Piton earlier. Volume, I just didn't like it because the volume is not there. But look at how it's respecting the R3, S3. Although I did mention that the daily is not the most perfect setup on the daily, but the R3, S3. So if I took this trade, it's based solely on the pivot point. And that lowers the probability, as well as earlier it was just 1 million. That adds to lowering the probability as well. All right, so let's look at Amazon again. Amazon is giving us a couple of opportunities here. And also because of SPY is, yeah, I won't be surprised if that big order at 144.55 earlier is going to be back. So yeah, let's just look at Amazon here. One thing that I would have to add though, we have traded Amazon, yeah, a couple of shorts that we get to capture. This short right here, this short right here. It doesn't have to have another rejection at that level. The more try as well that it keeps doing, if SPY pushes up, Amazon can pretty much create a new high of the day as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, all those retesting of that 144.54 that you always have to short that, because if your tape as well as your level 2 is not supporting a short bias, as well as your SPY is not supporting that, then it can still push up. So what I'm saying is it doesn't necessarily have to be short all the time once it reach that certain ceiling. If bulls are able to push this up, then, you know, your stop loss needs to be there. All right, looking at BABA here, BABA is getting interesting. Did it touch the high of the day? It touched the high of the day, 78.05. The only thing that I did not like about BABA is it's a 2-day play. So I want BABA to still even touch this level at 78.32, which is the low of the wick of yesterday's candlestick. So although it's very enticing for that, yeah, not going to be touching. All right, so next trade. So yeah, that's how we get to trade. You always kind of like just forget about what happened, or, you know, you always have that mindset that you are looking for one good trade. You had a good trade. We have a good trade in GPS. We had a good trade in Amazon. Now, SPY is unique from what's happening right now versus what happened earlier. So that's why you always just wanted to refresh and restart and just do a one good trade again. NVIDIA, although it's a high price stock, in the 5 minutes you have that hammer right there, but daily no edge right there. It's just inside bar. D-Dog. No one likes to trade D-Dog. It's still less than 1 million shares. So yeah, no movements there. Let's see. DKNG. Alright. I just typed DKNG because DKNG had been strong for a couple of days. And yeah, it is still been strong. What else? FUBO. FUBO. Not a lot of movements there. So now that Amazon is just consolidating, what I usually do is just go again to the scanner, see if there's any setup. Look at SPY back in VWAP again. So yeah, even with SPY looking like that, we can still have opportunities there, just because whatever is moving, you get your setup, you play the setup, and yeah, it still is can still be very profitable with those setups. So 2 trades to long GPS and short Amazon, and yeah, so far it's a green trade. Amazon got another rejection here. Look at this. But yeah, it's if I was looking at this one and I see a wall right here at 44.36, I could have, but right now there's no trade to take here. Yeah, even if this one goes down, you're risking this much now, because imagine that your stop loss is going to be all the way up here. So no trades to take there, but that's a good opportunity there. So let's see if we have one good trade. Tesla created a fake out. So this is the fake out that we get to call. So initially, let's move this one here. Let's say at this time, the only thing that you can see is, this. It looks like, inverted hammer, looks like a short, right? But look at what happened. This one initially was a red candlestick before it shoot up. So those who were short here, their stop loss is here, got hit. And yeah, this one can still squeeze higher. So that's the fake out that we were talking about. How can you not be on a fake out? Let's see. Big candlestick here, so that could be considered as a bearish fake out. You can not get stuck with a fake out. If you look at your higher time frame, the daily still has some room to go here. So that's how you get to use a higher time frame as your macro, and like looking, having an eye on the bigger, or having just a bigger picture, basically. No setups right now. I'm just interested in looking at Amazon, but yeah, no trades at all. So no open position. What else is here? So now I'm going to see my just some charts here. Is this chop? Oh no, this is charge point. I thought this is the solid place. It is a charge point, blah blah. So yeah, nothing there. It was just in the scanner. GPS is the trade of the day. Look at that. I won't short this one. Too strong for a short. It can just, consolidate at that point and just shoot right back up. PLTR just consolidating right now. Same thing as what do you call this? Amazon. All right, so next one. So just going over the scanner. Let's see if we can find any setup. Baba. Yeah, with Baba, just because it's a 2-day play, that's the thing that's keeping me away from Baba. FSR. UNG. What is this? UNG is, I don't see the float. The tape and the level 2 are not printing at all. Fisker? Oh wow, this is the EV company. I used to trade this one when it was back in around $10 price. It is now just hammered. Oh wow. So it's the short selling restriction. 191 million float. Yeah, this is the sad thing about investors, swing traders, because this one is a legit company. It is an EV company, and let's see the news. New distribution strategy. Rapidly, Fisker Ocean. Yeah, I've actually, this is their logo. I actually saw, I think just online, their cars. But look at this one. I used to trade this when it was like around 10, 12. So back here, but now it's 257. That's why it's not unless you have those solid companies for you to invest on. Investors as well as swing traders are just being hammered. So I'm just trying to look for another setup, and I haven't seen anything yet. That's why I'm just like reading the news here. Interesting thing about this, I just don't like that there's no prints at all in FSR. The tapes are not printing. Your level 2 is not, not moving as much. So that means it can just be some bunch of algos. And Amazon is just stuck in that range. So if there's no other stocks here, then I might just come back in the afternoon because there's no setup. Okay, last one. I'm just going over the list here. So Neo. So yeah, going over my scanner again, seeing if there's any other setup that is forming. BAC. Nothing. M. We were trading M yesterday. Oh, M is interesting. M is shortable, which is important. M or Macy's was a gap up yesterday and it filled the gap. So right now it is about to reach that top, which is the top yesterday is 14.39. I would like M to touch 14.39 and then get a rejection from that. That is the high of yesterday. Let's see our pivot point analysis here. So this one just went all the way above R3 and never looked back. Let's see. How many shares is shortable? Simply shortable for 5.1 million. So it's reasonable. There's a big order sitting here at 14.38. So yeah, let's wait for that. So let's wait for this. So I'm looking at M right now. It's getting very interesting because it's a gap up yesterday that filled the gap, and now it's up by 7.1%. So trying to test the high of the day or high of yesterday, which is 14.38, you have exactly a 14.38 order sitting right here with 50,000 shares. So this is gonna pop to that 15.38, and let's see if there's any opportunity to short this one once it gets that pop to 14.38. It's shortable by 5 million shares. So, you know, a couple of shares, 100,000 shares here. I think Interactive Broker is able to provide that liquidity there. So yeah, looking for this to pop to 14.38. So let's see. Yeah, so far this is the only interesting stock among all those that I scanned. So this one, look at that, 537. We're waiting for that one to go all the way up here, because all the way up here are the one that is actively getting their shares, right? The bottom ones are lining up. They're waiting for the price to get there. And that's why this is bullish, because someone out there knows that this stock is going to go to 1438. So they're not desperate to hit this price right here. They're waiting for the price to come get them. So let's see that. What time is it? 11:25. So yeah, while waiting for that, I am scanning. Ooh, PLTR getting interesting. Another rejection there. So this is the double top. Not a lot of volume though. So if this is a double top, but with, you know, a good volume, then that can be a short. But yeah, not a lot of volume. All right, so what am I watching? M. I'm watching M. This is the thing that I don't like. I like M to test at first the 1438 before it gets that rejection, but it looks like it's already getting that rejection. So what is the 1426 is a good entry for the short, with a stop loss at the high of the day, 35. So 10 cents. Let's see. I'm waiting for a better fill here to the short, which is 1426. So I am late by 0.02 cents, which is totally fine with me. So let's see. So thinking of a short at 14.26. So right now it's at 24, 23, back at 24, looking at the tape here before I pressed my hot key. All right, so I entered short there. Let's see. Entered short M. All right, so short M or short Macy's. Average cost is, let's see here. Our Macy's is 14.23. So 14.23 is the average costs for the shorts. I like that it's all the way up here. 13 million shares actively being traded here with Macy's. So yeah, short at 14.23. Added to my position there, just because it's a cheap price stock. All right, so average cost still at that 14.23. I did not get a better feel. All right, so stop entry is this teal line, 14.23. And yeah, I was not able to call this one out earlier because I was just scanning my scanner. And yeah, this is one of the interesting stock that I get to see. The thing that I see here is, yeah, looking like a bit on overextended there. At least Interactive Broker was able to give us some shares. So 14.23, 24. Yeah, there's just not a lot of follow through here. So yeah, let's look at what Macy's will give us today. So average cost 14.23. I did have to add to my shares there just because it's yeah, a couple of the ATR here only moved from 13.51 all the way to 14.35. So what is that? 51, 34, 80 cents. Only an 80 cents there. So with regards to what SPY is doing versus Macy's, there's no correlation at all. SPY as well as Macy's daily is totally looking very differently, so there's no correlation there. So I did have to build up a big position there. We're now lower low, so that's good. But yeah, it can just retest that level as well. But I like how the 15 minutes looks like. I do not have the best entry here. Best entry here could have been below the body of this, 14.26. So we have to manage our risk here. And let's see, 14.32. So 23. Let's see. Just calculating what will be the risk. If it's 23 is my entry, and then 14.32. So risking 0.09. So yeah, risking 0.09 here, but stop loss here is gonna be this level, 14.32. So I'll give it 14.33. But this one, yeah, this one will require a little bit of a time though. Well, we're looking at this one. Let's look at BLTR. BLTR, look at this second top right there. It got that rejection. So the only position that I have is short Macy's or short M, which is the same as Macy's, and with average cost of 14.23 to the short. I did have to add a couple of adding here because it's ATR or average true range. It's just that 80 cents. So for me to have a significant, at least if it's gonna work in my favor, then I would have to add to that share size. But stop loss right here is 14.33. Let's see here. So having that pop, that order there at 14.38 is back. This one was canceled earlier, but now it's back. So I have to consider that 14.38. So I'm risking 0.09 for this trade. Baba eventually had a drop. Let's see if there's any anomaly. Okay, that was a 27 there. $27, $28. I just keep switching back and forth the 1 minute and the 5, because in the 1 minute I look at their volume bar, and what I can see here is, oh, this is very interesting. 10:44. I did not even get to see that. At 10:44, that's the time that this almost 400,000 shares sold, that dump their shares at 10:44. So that's where this one was created, right here, that red candlestick. So you have that big order that went through. So yeah, just gonna be monitoring this one. The tricky part here with M, I like that there's a big volume bar that came through. So yeah, stop loss is right here, 43. High of the day is at 35, so that's just a 0.02. So yeah, I can have that 0.02. I'm okay with that 0.02 stop loss right there. So it will be 11 cents stop loss here. Like all the stocks that we were trading earlier are moving so nice and quick, and this one is just like looking at the paint dry. Looks like Amazon has another leg down. So yeah, right now I only have one open position, that is M, or Macy's, to the short. And what I like about this trade is, although the daily is not the A+ setup, but that 1 minute we did had a big volume bar at 10:44, which is looking like 400,000 shares. And that's where the pivot happens, right here. So that's why I am short Macy's here. So this one can still go either direction. I don't have the best entry. After adding here, my average cost is at 14.23. The best entry here is at 14.26, which is right about now to the short, but a stop loss of just above high of the day, which is 14.36. So this is a perfect example where you have the tape and your level 2 that are not printing as quick. So that means, you know, the receipt is just not printing as quick. So there's not a lot of transactions that's happening, and that's the reason why it is like watching the paint dry. Okay, so while watching that one, let's see if there's anything else that's, you know, more exciting. GPS looks like it's about to go below the VWAP. Amazon is still back on that range, that 144.12. It had been on that range for a while. Feels like once it goes below, which is, of course, it's happening now, it will have a significant move to the downside, that Amazon. But there's no trades to take there at Amazon right now. It's just too far from the high of the day, which is 144.6. All right, so let's see if we have some. All right, volume bar 254 here. We got the doji, we got the lower low, lower high, we got the wick. So the high of this is lower than the high of this, the high of this is lower than the high of this, and the high of this is lower than this. So we get the trend there. But yeah, this can still go either direction. It's so weird that the SPY looks like, looking at the 5 minutes with that right on the 5 minutes, it's actually looking like an algorithmic. You have all those wicks at the bottom, you have all those wicks at the top, almost lining up at the perfect price. So it's looking like, yeah, just bunch of algorithms for the SPY, which is so weird. But it makes sense though, because SPY had been so strong for a couple of days that, you know, they probably just want to keep that price for now. People are undecided whether is it really legit that, or does it still have a juice or the steam to go higher, rather than, you know, just being on that same price. Right now looks like they just wanted to keep it on the same price. So yeah, looks like this trade right here has a potential for the short. If I wasn't too aggressive here, could have had that entry. 14.30 could have been a good entry to the short. But yeah, the setup there is that the body of this, although the best setup is invert this one, and you have that inverted hammer like that. And once it's on the top, you have the stop loss, you have the entry right here. That's the perfect setup right there. But you cannot always have those perfect ones. So we just get to trade what is available out there. So that 14.55 went away again. It's not there. Let's scroll it down. Okay, it's still there. That can act as a strong wall. So I'm waiting for this one to break the low of this previous candlestick, which is 14.20. I like the wick right here. I was calling out this trade because of the big conviction that I have, because of that 1044, that big volume bar right there when it went all the way to 14.33. So it went all the way to 14.33, which is almost like in between the wick of yesterday's high. And yeah, it got some sellers there. So now with every trade, of course, it can still go either direction. You just get to manage your risk. Now I cannot move my stop loss yet because look at how close I am. We're basically still in the same price. My entry is here, this steel line, 14.23, and it's still now just in this 14.22. So imagine if I put it here, I'm just giving it some 8.08 risk. I can get stop out so easily. So that's why my stop loss is still the high of the day, which is 14.35. And yeah, if there's no other setups, then this will be my last trade here. Look at what Tesla did. Tesla with that R3, look at where it was trading. So you have the R3 rejection. So that's why I like those pivot points right there. Kind of gives you that big picture. So now we have those wick at the top, which is good if you're short. So the thing about this cheap price stock, like $14, is yeah, you can have add more shares to your position. I'm not even buying. I'm not even using the maximum of my capital. But yeah, I still already have that significant move there, just because it's just $14. So I added there. This one is a little bit aggressive add, but you know, it's retesting that support again, 14.19, hoping that 14.19 gets broken, but we're pretty much just stuck in this range for a while. So yep, that support right there is the that 19. This is another example of not a good day with, you know, Uber. Look at those big wicks. And then SPY as well. Look at this one. It looks like algorithmic right here. You can put a box right here, and it's just going in that sideways direction. The wick is, I've never seen SPY looking such a algorithmic trade. So stop loss is still that high of the day. SPY. So SPY is just in this range, 450, 449. It's not a lot for SPY. So we've been in this range for since, what time is that? Since 11:05. It's been 45 minutes. This is the move that I was waiting for Amazon, but it took a while. I'm just looking at the tape as well as the level 2 here. There's really not a lot of things going on yet. It's just 14.25. It's stuck in that range between 25 and 28, or 20 and 28. So this is the exact opposite of what GPS was doing earlier, where it was such a quick move. Macy's is, yeah, the opposite here. But trend is still there. So we'll just, yeah, wait for this. So what I want to see is for this one, my tape right there to start to give us some prints, because yeah, there you go. That's 14.23. That's a big order right there. Someone is hitting below the bid, and that's why you get those bright red. So someone is hitting below the bid, trying to sell that below the bid at 14.23. So they did not even have the conviction that this is gonna go to 14.24, 14.25. They're hitting it below the bid, so you get those prints. And those are big ones coming right here. But back in 25, so there is a wall between that 24, 23, 25. So we'll wait for that. Let's look at our 15 minutes here. big order came through, 1425. So you add 2 zeros at the end, making that 30,000. Wow, coin just popped. $23. Hold on, let me just mute my mic right here. All right, so this M trade is just taking forever. It's still on that 14.24, 12, what is this? 14.2423, still in that range. This trade right here can still go either direction, so be very careful with this one. So now I'm just watching the dip in the level 2, 14.23. We are just stuck in that range, 14.28 and 14.20. Back again to that 25. 11:17. Let's see. Trying to see if we have any news with Macy's. Let's see. What is this? So yeah, nothing, no news at all. It was just yesterday. Yesterday's news in Macy's. They have this Q3 results, which beats estimate yesterday, creating that big gap up and going to 14.39 that went all the way to 13. So now it looks like, yeah, that continuation there. Now looking at the 15 minutes here, we did had that this one is inside this previous candlestick, but we did create a higher candlestick than this previous one. So this needs to defend that 14.3. Otherwise, we're gonna have a higher probability that it will test that 14.33. Okay, so it just passed through that 3. Stop loss here is the high of the day, 14.35. So that is a huge move there. Let's see if there's any volume bar. Volume bar is dying. Let's see if that is gonna shoot right back up. Stop loss there, 14.35. Let's see our, wow, that's a big volume right there. Big volume went through 125. See our 5 minutes. Very close to getting stop out. Stop out here, 14.36. Really close to getting stop out here. 36 is the stop lost. We're now at 31. It should right back up to 33 there. Having that 33 as a resistance there. It did touch that 33 at 11 as well with this red candlestick here. We do have to consider that there's a big order here sitting at 14.38. Thirties, 29s. See if there's any anomaly with the volume bar. That was a big order that came through there. So that's why you want your stop loss to be in the logical, because if you have your stop loss right there, then that could have stopped you out, but you do have that wick right here. So that's why my stop loss is at that 36, just giving it 0.01 that from the high of the day. Big rejection happened there. If I was aggressive, I could have added at 14.33, but I really already had built my position, and with my entry at 14.23, I'm okay with that position that I have. But let's see here, that was a big order that went through. So now we're back in that range, that 26, 28, but a big wick went in here. The same time, same thing happened at 10:44. Let's see if they are gonna defend again that price. So now we have that moving average as a support, 14.25. SPY about to create new high of the day for 50.49. Back to M. So we have to consider the time as well. It's 12:06. This is the time that the stocks gets choppy as well. So 14:27, waiting for some prints in our top tape right here. No prints yet. But that was a big order that passed through at 12. So let's see. SPY about to create new high of the day. Macy's is not doing anything. Come on, just drop already. 26. We're back again to that price. Let's see, 1 minute. How does our... There was a big push up right there in 1 minute at 12:01, but a big rejection happened. We're now back again at 14:26. Volume bar there is tiny. This can still go either direction. This can also just squeeze the shorts, so we have to consider that too. So yeah, our stop loss there is 14:36. That was a chunk of order right there. Bright, yeah, those bright green means they're hitting above the ask. That's why that becomes very bullish, because they just want to get in right away. So they are willing to buy shares above the ask rather than waiting for their shares to get filled. That's why those greens are actually bullish. So if you're short, just like me, those are the things that you don't want to see. But Yeah, that's the thing though. As soon as you get those prints, look at those rejection that happen. So now we're back in 1425, 23. I saw some prints there in the 23. We're testing again this support. We are now again below that moving average. Bunch of 24 went through. What is our 1 minute? Just looking at the volume bar. So for 1 minute chart, I only use the volume bar there. Very, yeah, very volatile at this point. Back again to 26. PLTR having that triple top. INTC looking short now. BABA looking short. Yeah, this is the thing. These are, when something is moving, you don't want to get stuck in a trade that's not doing anything. This consolidation happened since 11. It's been an hour. So INTC, look at this one, looking like a short now. Volume bar here is decreasing though with that 15 minutes. So we just have to give it some time to consolidate. SPY just created a new high, but now forming an inside bar in the 5 minutes. But yeah, it created a new high, which is not a big move at all because it's just moving like almost just $1.50, which for SPY, that's not a big move. I have to keep my eyes like on the watch list because the tape as well as the level 2 here is just, yeah, not the best thing for the eye. All right, so we're now 14.28, back to 27. Spike having a new high of the day. New candlestick gonna form in 1 minute, and yep, now let's see our volume bar in the 1 minute. Nothing really here. We're now creating some doji in the 1 minute. Okay, 28. Okay, 31, very close to getting stop out here. 36. Again. We have to consider that there's still a big order sitting there at 38. So yeah, that 36 stop lost. Another rejection there at 14, what is that, 14.32. Interested in what is the next candlestick in the 5 minutes, which is gonna form in the next 30 seconds. Oh my gosh. That is just stuck in that range. Yeah, INTC still looking short. 43.13 could be a good entry there with a stop loss 43.21. All right, 5 minutes candlestick. There is that big order still there, 1438. That is, yeah, close to the high of yesterday. Okay, close to the stop loss here. Getting close to the stop loss. 33, what it'll do at 1433, it retested that level again. This time it's not breaking that level. It used to have a strong resistance at that level. It's now, yes, having that resistance right there. All right, so out of this trade. So yep, out of that trade right there, that didn't work out. So let's look at here. So got stop out there, trying to see if SPY have a little bit of a pullback, which has nothing to do with this. So that 38, that big wall right there, gut feel, that is the 50,000 shares. So gut feel right there. And let's see if I can go back right here for a short. So do we have a big order sitting again at so I am thinking of reshorting this one. So let's see here. So that stopped me out, but yeah, let's see, just trying to see if I can enter to a short here. The 5 minutes, is it ready yet? 5 minutes had a big rejection at 14.39, so big rejection there. And then what about our level 2 and tape? Tape still is not showing any imbalance yet. So we created that double top, and I'm thinking of reshorting this one, but right now it still is very bullish. The high of this previous candlestick, that 14.35, that one was the high of that where we created the double top. So with that 14.3536, let's see the next 5-minute candlestick, what it'll do, and see whether it can give us, waiting for a pullback here. So I can reshort this one to 14.35. A little bit of aggressive move there, 14.35. So 14.35, I re-entered short. My entry is at 14.34, so not the best. 14.34 to the short there. Let's see, 14.33. That was the ad that I did. So yeah, we entered short 14.33. Stop loss here is just that high of the day, which is 14.39. So I'm risking 6.06. So now, yeah, the stop loss is at 14 point. The highest of this is 14.39, so 14.4 is the stop loss here. And the new entry is 14.33. So yeah, unfortunately this short right here, that initial short, did not work out. So that's why once I got stop out, I re-entered and with an average cost of 14.33. So that level right there looks like, yeah, it tested the high of yesterday, which is 14.43. And that's where the rejection happened. Not the cleanest move. So yeah, just assessing my trades there, I already saw that there was a big order sitting at 14.38. Got a little bit of a FOMO there that it's moving below the high of the day. So instead of waiting for that 14.38 to get filled, kind of like chase the stock and short it prematurely. Now this short right here can pretty much still, can go either direction still, but at least this one has created that inverted hammer in the 15 minutes, so higher probability there compared to the earlier trade that I did, which is right here where the hammer is below that. And yeah, I did have to pay for that. But what I'm trying to say is the bid and the ask. The ask had a big 14.38 order there of 50,000. The strategy that I was trying to do is if that order is not filled and that order get canceled, then I have a higher chance that it will go in my favor, which it did not. So bottom line, as a reminder for me as well, is really take those bid and the ask, those volume and those prints that's going in with the bid and the ask. They can serve as a guide, a mirror, side mirror kind of thing, that it will tell you where it wants to go. If there's a big order sitting at the ask and you're shorting, then that's the time to, if you haven't put in your orders yet, that is the time to wait until that big order is filled first in the ask before jumping in. And sure enough, that 14.38, when it touched that 14.38, there was like a 50,000 shares that was at the ask. As soon as that order got filled, it's like a wall was removed and we just saw the flash, right? So yeah, a better trade there could have been once we saw that 14.38 get filled, which we should have not suffered this loss right here, this one, if we just waited for 14.38 level there, which is also yesterday's high. So yeah, with my trade, I usually just analyze as well what could I have done better. We're still not out of the woods here. This can still go either direction. SPY had a rejection there at that double top. So that double top created a rejection with the SPY. So yeah, this M wasn't the easiest trade. Among all three stocks that we trade, M was the tricky one. Yeah, it gets kind of tricky because you increase your share size, little bit of fluctuations, kind of, you really need to keep an eye on it. This 14.28, we're back again in that range. That's the range right here. This range right there. So stop loss here, 14.4. Trying to see if there's any news that's out there that it will impact this. But yeah, turning on the news here. INTC is flat as well. Coin had a rejection in R4. Let's see. Tesla is flat. BABA looks like it had that short squeeze that happened. And this one is just not doing anything yet. Let's see if there's any analyst as well. I go to finviz.com just to see if that's where you get to see if any analysts have any bias on the stocks. So let's see here. November 7, there's a bias here, but it's 10 days old. The price target for M is 13. It doesn't really, this one, 13, doesn't really have a big impact for day traders. It will do what it wants to do, depending on which side traders are at. So, yeah, no real information that we can get from there. What I can see here though is, let's look at our 1 minute volume bar. Look at this one. This one is not as 1217 volume bar is not as big as 1043. So that can also just be those shorts got short squeeze. So they also needed to cover their
OPTX getting some
position.
volumes in Tech Optics.
So
At
this one,
day high now, Oscar Papa Tango X-ray,
yeah,
OPTX.
creating. I need this one to break 14.25. So with that re-entry at 14.33, it already gave us, that move of almost a 10 cents move there, which is not a lot. So yeah, waiting for a bigger move here. This one is the excruciating trade right here. So got stop out, and with trading you always get to learn something new every day. For me was being that stubborn, just because there is a 14.38 with 50,000 shares here. I'm gonna rewatch the tape after I finish the day trading for today, and kind of be a reminder to myself as well that you cannot not see what is out there. If it's the bid and the ask is telling you that there's a big order sitting there at the ask, it will go there. So do not be in front of that and think that you have a better position just because This one was dropping, I re-entered, so that one was a premature entry there. So now it went lower than previous candlestick, 1425. So we created a new low, 14.24. Next support there is 14.23. Looking for this one to go lower than 14.23. So now we're below the moving average in the 5 minutes. Yeah, I haven't partialed yet. Just seeing the potential that this one can do, as well as a little bit of trading with, some emotion right there, because it got me stop out. So I have to take into consideration that, yeah, we do have a moving average at 14.2. That is the 15-minute. So expect some bounce there at 14.2. But looking at the daily, we are now at that level, that body yesterday. So that body yesterday acting as a support there. We're below the moving average. I'm waiting for this one to break 14.2. I haven't had any partial yet. Looking at the tape and level 2 here, nothing is standing out of a big order right here. There's really not a lot of imbalance here, unlike earlier with the 50,000 shares. So almost there at 14.2. I'm waiting for that to touch 14.2. Has a potential for 14.12. That is the low of this wick right here. 5 minutes is looking wick as well. So there, that's the 14.2. All right, so that support right there was an expected support. That is the moving average right there, 14.2, which that 14.2 was tested a couple of times. This candlestick right here, this one. So yeah, that was retested earlier. So the good entry here was when we found that we get this inverted hammer. Good entry here is at 14.29. Now my average cost is at 14.33. That was a little bit of an aggressive move just because, you know, it's still on that wick. It still is looking bullish right there. But the thought process there is we have the initial high, which is at 14.35. And that's why we were able to go in there. So now we just broke that support, 14.20. So that one was the support of this 9 EMA. Let's see here, not a lot of imbalance yet there. Back to 14.20, there's 22 there. So some profit takers there as well. But I like that it created a new low, which is that 14.19. So we just broke below the support here, which is 14.2. But as you can see here, that 14.2 acted as a support and some profit takers happened there. Let's look at our 1 minute, looking at the volume bar. Yeah, there are some sellers that, you know, took some profit there at 14.19. Hence, we see this hammer at the 1 minute. So let's see here. So at this point, at this level, I won't recommend any new trades to happen here. This can just go either direction as well. So the most important thing here is having an edge with your entry. If you want to enter or re-enter a trade, you have to make sure that you're not chasing the stock. Otherwise, if you chased it all the way down here, the risk of getting stop out is higher than the
TMBR,
potential for this to go down.
Hold to use Tango Michael Bravo Romeo.
Yeah, I'm hoping for this one to go down below that 9 EMA. But for future ones, you know, if you're late, then you just let it run without you, basically. So now we're back in 14.22. That is a doji right there in the 5 minutes. So expect some consolidation there. Let's look at their daily here. Daily, that is a strong support right there. That's the high of this body of this yesterday's candlestick. So yeah, 14.22. So let's wait what it'll do with that 14.22. When it's taking such a long time, I just kind of like look back as well what it looks like in a higher time frame. In the 30 minutes, you can see that it's just a bunch of consolidation, right? So between the 15 and the 30, it's just a bunch of consolidations there. So 22, we're now at that range, 21, 22. Baba had a pullback. Amazon is just in the range. There's no imbalance in the bid and the ask. This can just go either direction. We're now printing 19. We are now below the moving average there. Created a new low. Okay, so next support. Next support here is the body of this candlestick, which is 14.14. Volume bar, not as much. You have to consider that, but we are at least at that 14.1920, which is the support that this candlestick had been trying to push down. So we're now printing 14.19. I haven't partialed yet, but my entry is 14.33 here. So SPY is curling up. SPY is at least found a direction. It's heading higher. Let's see. SPY is up by 0.05%. Not a lot. So 14.19. We are bearish on our 15 minutes. So for this one, thought process is the daily looks, had a big rejection right there on the top. This still has a potential for a VWAP. So the next support here is, first is 14.14. Then the next one is 14.12. So let's see here. VWAP is there as well, 14.11. That can also be a good support there. The thing with the two-day play is, we were able to have it, shorted at the top, which, hopefully this one can just retrace back down. And, well, of course, being a short, if it goes below, creates, retested the low of the day, 13.53, that will be great. But that's too far. So let's just look at the next support, which is 14.12. So looking for this one to drop to 14.12, but that's going to be based on what our tape and level 2 will look like. So 14.17 encountered some support there. We're back to 20. That is the body of this for that daily. This body right here is 14.21. So this is like the inside bar that we were talking about. It tests the high of this candlestick, and that's where we shorted. So will it go all the way down here? We don't know. It's gonna be just based on what the price action is gonna show us. So now that moving average there, 14.2, is acting as a support, that 9 EMA. Now what I can see here is there's not a lot of volume bar at 12:30. So for this one to have a significant move, you want to see a big volume bar when it's pushing down. So you have to be very careful with this one, just because we're not out of the woods yet still, because the volume bar is not there when we're pushing down. So 9 EMA can pretty much just act as a support there. So, and looks like that's what's happening here. That's why it's really important to, get a good entry with this kind of stock. So this is the pushed up, 14.24. So we have a 9 EMA there, 24. Let's see, back in 23, what's our volume bar? You have a big volume bar right here at that push down, 82,000. Expect some consolidation to happen at this level, because that one was a big candlestick there. $17. So the low of that candlestick was at that 17. So for this one, I am not gonna have this turn against me. So my stop loss will be, you know, at that break even at that 14.33. But let's see, potential here. I need to have another rejection. If this moving average is, if it goes above the moving average and act
In
as
10 minutes time now to the top of the
and
hour,
have
do
that
you
moving
see the release
average
of the
as a
weekly Baker
support,
Hughes rig account numbers?
then
So the oil
yeah,
rig account
that
saw
would
a
not
prior
look
read of
good for a
494,
long,
while total rigs
or
saw a
sorry,
prior
for the shorts, I guess.
616.
So rejection there. This line right here, we're still above that moving average, 14.2. No imbalance right here with the bid and the ask. Not a lot of volume here. This thing still needs to create some steam. I don't hear the Benzinga. So this one, looking at the 5 minutes, this looks like a hammer with a volume of 171. Yeah, this can still just go either direction. So let's see right here. The next resistance there is 1425. That is the wick of this candlestick. The thing that I get to see here though is every time we get to push up, we do get that rejection as well. So we are still below this moving average, that 14.24. Back to 14.22. BLTR. All right, still, this one still has a potential for the VWAP 14.11. Hopefully, everything is 50-50 here. We're back at 21, 22. All right, so looking at the 5 minutes, the 5 minutes looking like it has that reversal, right? You have the big volume bar, 185. Resistance there, 14.25. That is the wick of this 15 minutes candlestick. For us to have a little bit of a confidence that this one is a short still, it needs to go and go below 14.24, because above 14.24, that is above the moving average at the 5 minutes. You have that 9 EMA there. So 14.24 needs to act as a rejection point for us to have a confidence, you know, that at least that bias that we're still short this, that this stock is still weak. What is, just looking at the volume bar here, back to 5 minutes. $14.22. No imbalance there. Let's see the 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So if we look at the higher time frame, 30 minutes, it looks like Yeah, it's just consolidating between that 14.20 and 14.35. So 15 cents of consolidation there. So yeah, I can still see the potential this one for the short. So yeah, let's just be patient with this. And hopefully, so we have a new 5-minute candlestick.
So in 5
here.
minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, do you see the release of the? Sorry, this is at the top of the hour, so at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Do you see the release of the U.S. Baker Hughes rig count data? So the oil rigs saw a prior 494, a total rigs a prior of 616.
Coming up at 1 p.m., the Baker Hughes U.S. rig count.
Sounded like at 1 there is some minor news coming. So we're still
OPTX, more highs now. Oscar Papa Tango X-ray, OPT.
looking at BLTR here. Look at this one, 1965 all the way up there. This bunch of consolidation right here. Volume bar is not there. We're still below this moving average. Let's see. I need this to keep 0.24 as a resistance. 21, some prints there, 21.
OPTX over $9 now.
Okay, I'll be right
Shares
back.
up 77% today. OPTX.
Alright, so looks like it went above that resistance. 1425. Alright, so it's now above that moving average, the 25. Next resistance there is 1425, which is what it's doing right now. Not a lot of volume here at that previous 5-minute candlestick at 1250 when we were below the moving average.
So we're shortly expecting the results for the US at Baker Hughes rig count. It can be slightly delayed. Once released, though, I'll lead with the oil rig count.
Final trades on CNBC, LEN, Lennar. SNPS, Synopsis.
So I haven't partialed here yet. What I don't like about the 5 minutes is we are stuck in that range. We do have this almost doji looking at the 15 minutes. If this one goes above 14.25, which is the high of that previous 15 minutes candlestick, then that would be a change in trend. That would be a higher high, higher low. So it needs to have that rejection at 14.25 for us to have that conviction that this one is still heading lower. Because the thing that's missing here is that volume bar. Not a lot of volume at 12:30 in that 15 minutes when we're pushing down. So yeah, that's the thing that's missing there.
Baker Hughes oil rigs 500, 500. Total rigs 618, 618. So again, oil rigs there climbing by 6 rigs to 500. A total rigs climbing 2 rigs to 618.
So with this one, it can still go either direction here. So what I like about this is at least we're still below those moving average in the 5 minutes. So even if it pushed up at 14.25, got a rejection and is still below that moving average right here. So that moving average needs to act as a strong ceiling resistance for us to have still that confidence that this is gonna go short. Amazon created that double top right here. So double top 144.63. Yeah, if I have no position in M, I could have watch this one and see for any opportunity for the short. But right now I'm stuck here with M. So the next support here is 14.17. Hold on, let me just mute my mic quickly.
Oil rigs +6, gas rigs -4. Baker Hughes recount.
All right, so we are encountering that support again, 14.17. SPY having a little bit of a pullback here. Although Macy's is not mirroring SPY, but that can help this short trade right here. whatever help we can get. 14.11 is the next support there, which is the wick right here. So yeah, let's wait for that. SPY pulling back. All right, that's good for our short position. One. All right, Macy's went to 14.14. That was a drop right there. So next one, 14.12. Big order bar, the volume bar, 59,000 there with Macy's. So yeah, just wanted to see even a bigger drop here. So if we look at the higher time frame, 30 minutes now, we are below that consolidation right there. So yeah, that consolidation at 14.20, at least we're below that. SPY is also helping that one. Little bit of a fear in the market can help our trade here. So yeah, let's see. Next one, next support, 14.12, which looks like we're heading there. So I haven't done any partialing yet. Still looking for a move here to 14.12. BLTR having a pullback there, about to lose. BLTR is about, yeah, looking like it's about to jump off that cliff. So the short there is at this one, inverted hammer for 20.4. But let's look at Macy's. Macy's is this one. I was calling this one out because of that double top. And look at this, it already have that move. So Macy's having that little bit of a bounce there, which is expected. SPY having a little bit of a bounce. So that's totally fine. But at least we created that big candlestick right there. We do have, you know, that away from the consolidation now. So that support right there happened at that 14.4 is the body of this candlestick at 10:30. Whatever SPY lost here at that 1 minute looks like it had regained it back. So that was 187,000. All right, so back in Macy's. Yeah, look at this one. I was just saying that BLTR looks like about to bounce or about to jump off the cliff, which it did. So in the 5 minutes, look at this one. You got to train your eyes how to see it. Looks like, yeah, 20.4 is a good entry there. All right, so here, all right, we're back again to that consolidation. 14.19, back again to that. Looking at any other, what happened here? There's a gap here with Beton. What was that? 541. Why would it create a gap? Yeah, those are algos. All right, M looks like it's pushing up again. All right, so whatever this moved did, it just regained back with that 1 minute. So with that candlestick, 14.19, it had moved 5 cents already. Now back up there. Let's see, SPY about to create a new high. It's the challenging part here because SPY is just, yeah, pushing up again. So for this one, still average cost is that 14.33. Rejection happened there. That is our next ceiling there, 14.20. New candlestick right here. Volume bar did picked up. SPY about to create, what is this? Retesting the high of the day for SPY. What is our support here? 14.14. PLTR still is looking that weak. All right, next leg down. Yeah, we can't see any. So that was a big candlestick there, but that's also when the SPY was pushing down. Now we're about to retest that 14.14 again. Candlestick right there, not a lot of volume. Volume bar needs to pick up 14.14. Trying to see if there's any other. INTC is just so strong. All right, 14.15. All right, I need this to test 14.12. So we are now at this 30 minutes right here. It's below those consolidation that happened, 14.12. Our VWAP is at 14.12, which looks like we're heading there. Hopefully SPY has more pullback here, because what SPY did is, let's look at the 1 minute. For the SPY, it tested that high of this wick and got rejection, but it can retest the high of the day for SPY. So back to Macy's. Let's look at our 5 minutes. Baba's looking weak. Macy's is taking forever. 14.4, 14.14. Red prints there, that's good. Oof. Next support is this 14.12. Come on. So what other traders would do is, once they see some support there, they would even put in their order, to share some shares there. 14.12, that is also the VWAP there. Yeah, I haven't partialed yet, but my average cost here is 14.33, so it did had that significant move already. SPY about to create new high of the day. So what I'm looking at here is how the tape and the level 2 are printing. 14.16, that's a massive print there. 17 acting as a strong support there. And let's see, 17. So yeah, bunch of support in 17. No imbalance really in the bid and the ask that I can see. Once we break this support 14.14, we can have a potential move to that 14.11, the VWAP. Okay, SPY just created a new high of the day, so we have to take into consideration that SPY new high of the day for 450.70. That was big prints of that is 520,000 that went below the bid. SPY just created new high of the day. So
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
So yeah, that was the spike there as well with the SPY, considering that SPY just created new high of the day. So SPY spiking here. Just had that SPY, new high for the day spike. So with that new high of the day, what is Macy's doing? Got a spike as well in 22. So this is the time to really manage our risk here because SPY is pushing up. This can just push up as well. So this is the time that, SPY needs a rejection at R3 for us to be able to have a little bit of a confidence here with our Macy's trade.
94 counterparties take $935.803 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
That's a big rejection there with Macy's. We're back in that range. So we are now above the moving average here.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Rejection here at the R3. That's what I was referring to. Big rejection. So whatever loss we have here, it got regained again. So we're now back again with that 14.22. Although SPY is having a little bit of a pullback, this one is not budging. It's still at 14.22. So back at that 14.22, that was a 0.07 move. How was our volume there? Volume is dying here. So this can just consolidate at this level. BLTR still heading lower. I still haven't partialed yet with M. The support that we have here was the body of this 14.14. SPY got a rejection at R3. This R3 right here, rejection at 450.87. And now we're back again with that range, 14.22. So that strong support, the 14.22 is the body of this candlestick here. and that support got defended quickly actually, because it once it went to 14.14, then it just shoot right back up. INTC looks like it's about to fall off, jump off that cliff. This one, you have entry here is 43.26, stop loss there 43.33. I'm not gonna enter any position, but it looks like a good oh, it's also a new high of the day. Yeah, looks like that would be a good short, but I have my position in M, so let me just manage my position in M. Piton as well, looks like a short here. You have your R3 right here acting as a strong resistance, so short, very tight stop loss there, short for 5.54, stop loss 5.44, giving it 0.03 stop loss. I think that would be a good, risk to reward ratio. But I'm stuck in M, so not opening any positions for now, but just looking. GPS, yeah, GPS is just flat. So for GPS, how much did I leave there? 1751, and it goes to 75 cents that I left, per share. Coin, nice pullback here. No imbalance here with M, with your bid and your ask, no imbalance, so this can just go either direction still. We are below those moving average here, so we do have that 9 EMA as well as 50, so we're now below that moving average. Also in the 15-minute time frame, we are below that moving average. SPY is up now by 50 cents. So I am able to hold my position here because of my entry at 14.33. And just looking at the daily, looking like, it's weak. The thought process here is yesterday when it got up, that immediately had a gap fill to the downside. Today it opened at 13.52, which is this, and it just pushed right up to yesterday's high, 14.35. And that's the reason why I was aggressive to get in there, because of the level that I'm looking at from yesterday. So 14.35, having that at the back of my head, that is the high of yesterday. It did get to touch that level with that 12:15 candlestick. It went all the way to 14.40. When I saw that, 14.40 acting as a strong resistance, as well as that is the high of yesterday, then that can be a strong ceiling there. And that's why I was aggressive to enter short here at 14.33. So I got a good entry there. That is based on yesterday's daily candlestick, the high of that. Looks like we're about to test the support again, 14.14. INTC, this is the one that I was calling out at this level, 43.26. It looks like it already went more than 10 cents. So that's how you get to train your eyes to see what are the potential moves that it can do. We see that it's about to lose the moving average. It is having those wicks right there. You have the doji, you have another doji. This one is an inside bar of this, and it never had any pullback. You have the yesterday's high that can act as a strong ceiling, just like what we did with M. Yesterday's high acted as a strong ceiling. That's why if I did not have M, if I did not get stuck with M, then yeah, this could have been a good short with that entry at 43.26. Stop loss is just high, so risking less than 15 cents, and yeah, you get that potential there. So even if you get stuck with a trade, you always just wanted to get some, to train your eyes to look up for any setup and see whether that setup is gonna work out. And that's how you get to train your eyes of seeing, potential move. This one, we were calling this one out that it's looking good for a short with that doji looking, and yeah, it did lose those moving average. And also Piton, we were calling this one out because of the R3 S3 here. Look at how it respected that R3. All right, so this one looks like it's just consolidating here. We are back in 14.18. Watching the paint dry here. It will be nice for SPY to have a big drop. We are at R3 with SPY. SPY can pretty much, what time is it? 1:30. Pretty much just create a new high as well. So it can be 50-50 probability still. So 14.17. All right, let's just adding a date, another study config here, which is our VPOC 1419. Volume by price. So it looks like at this level right here, 14.23 and 14.19, there's a lot of orders sitting right there, or there's a lot of consolidation that happened in that area. Once we lose this level, which is that 14.14, yeah, higher potential for the VWAP to be touched there. SPY looking like it's about to have another leg down. Alright, time to look for an easy trade. I'm still stuck here with M. No imbalance with the bid and the ask. Okay, this is the leg down that I was talking about with SPY, that it's looking like it's about to have that leg down. I saw that just because for the 1 minute, I saw that it's trending below the moving average. And volume is starting to pick up in that 1 minute. So M is pushing up here. Let's see the 5 minutes. We're still in that range though. We have a doji. Let's get our pen. We're still going lower low here. Wow, look at what SPY did. SPY just pushed back up. Those who were short there got short squeeze. So that's gonna affect this Macy's trade too. So SPY creating a new high of the day. That's gonna affect our Macy's. Expect some push as well in Macy's here, which is about to happen. SPY just pushed up. There you go, that's the push. Macy's will have that push as well. So if Macy's does not give us that push, then we can get another bias there that Macy's is weak, because if SPY is pushing up, Macy's is not doing anything, which right now it's actually pulling back. That's a good sign. Yeah, that means no one is really buying this and scooping it in that level to push it higher. So it's good for the short, which yeah, we've been short for a while, since 12:15.
Financial Times reporting that an additional OPEC Plus cut of up to 1 million barrels per day could be on the table. So again, FT reporting an additional OPEC Plus cut of up to 1 million barrels per day could be on the table. So this is following a report from 3 supposed OPEC Plus sources saying that they are to consider whether to deepen oil output cuts at the next meeting on November 26th. FT reporting here an additional OPEC Plus cut of up to 1 million barrels a day could be on the table.
Just hearing the news as well. You know, I have the news on, so I'm quiet when the news is speaking. Amazon having a nice pullback. We are back in this range.
So looking into the piece then, Saudi Arabia prepares to prolong reductions into spring for oil production after price hits a 4-month low of around $77 a barrel. So again, FT reporting that Saudi Arabia is preparing to prolong oil production cuts into next year as OPEC Plus weighs further reductions in response to falling prices and rising anger over the Israel-Hamas war.
SPY making a new high. We have to consider that. So SPY making a new high here, just went above R3. M is not doing anything here. M can also just be a laggard. That is just that, okay, that is the laggard right there, just pushed up. 14.25 is the resistance there. If it goes above 14.25, thinking of, let's see, getting out of this trade at 14. If it does not give us any more potential to the downside. 23, 24, another rejection there, 23 now. Let's see, 24. So at this point, we have to make an exit plan. So 24, next resistance there is 25. SPY making a new high. Volume bar did picked up there. This one, just a bunch of consolidation, but we did see some consolidation and a little bit of a pushed up. 1424 now is the acting as a resistance there. Another rejection at 14.24, looking at that 15 minutes. Looking at SPY, SPY had a rejection at 451. Still in this trade. Back in that 14.21. SPY created a new high. Despite SPY creating a new high, Macy's not doing anything. So for Macy's, I'm thinking of 14.25. Let's see, that's the next ceiling there. If it goes above 14.25, then we can definitely see a switch in the trend. Back in the 21. What's the easy trade? So with AM, there's no imbalance. It's still on that 14.21.22 range, which is the high of yesterday's candlestick, the body of that. That's why we are stuck in that range. The dog is having that R3 as a strong resistance. GPS now is looking weak, but yeah, I'm not opening any positions. This is yeah, still stuck in M trade. SPY still pushing up. Nothing really much going on here. Back in the range. Yep, GPS falling over here. This one. So the thing that I get to see here is we've been testing that 14.25, 24 couple of times. So for 1 hour, we've been retesting that 14.24, which is a good sign for a short because it keeps having that rejection at 14.24. The thing that we have to see though is a more pickup in the volume, and that's the reason why we have been stuck in this range, because there's not really much of a volume that's that we can see here. That's why, yeah, we're just stuck in this range. So like for instance, this one, the 1335, your candlestick there and your volume bar is so tiny that it's not even going to create any dent or any significant move at all. And that's the reason why we don't get any continuation move. We got another SPY still having that new high of the day. So considering that SPY is having new high of the day, M is pushing down, M is weak. So that's the conclusion that we can get from SPY versus M. Because like even Amazon is creating new high of the day, so it's reflective of what SPY is doing. But with M, SPY is pushing up and we're stuck in this range, but at least we're not pushing up. Look at this SPY right here, new high, look at that. It's 451. M here, retesting again that 417. So what I'm hoping for M to do is first lose the VWAP, retrace back the move that it did here. So next support is 14.14. That's the wick that was created earlier at 1. I mean, we're already up at this trade, but yeah, just looking for a bigger move here. This support right here, 14.14, we touched that support a couple of times. So you have 1, 2. We're back in 14.19, looking at the tape. So yeah, just watching a paint dry here. Nvidia got a good rejection, so that's good. Waiting for SPY to have a little bit of a pullback, because Nvidia already had a pullback as well. And we are still stuck in this range. All right, what's an easy trade? So still, my positions is still in M. Nvidia having a pullback. SPY is still pushing up. I did not get to see what AMD is doing today. Oh wow, look at this thing. It's about to touch 3 days ago's high, 122. It's amazing. All right, at least we're getting some movements here. Okay, now we're at 14.17. Good. No imbalance here. Printing 14.16. Come on. Next one, 14.14. Come on. Eyes are getting dry here. All right, thank you. This is the SPY pullback I was waiting for. The 1 minute SPY is having the pullback. That is the recipe that we were waiting for the M. So, okay, M about to touch again that support, 14.14. SPY needs to drop. Come on. So next support there, 14.14. Come on. Nvidia already have that drop. So that's why you have to look into the SPY, whatever is the leading stock as well. Nvidia created this big drop before SPY have the drop. So you know right there as well that, okay, big tech names having a pullback, what will SPY do? Eventually SPY have that inverted hammer in the 5 minutes, and looks like it is still heading lower for that SPY. So M still having that 14.14 as a support there. But yeah, SPY in the 1 minute just went below 9 EMA. What I like about M, we have the volume starting to pick up here. $14.14. Oh, please. I don't want this one to retest the 14.20 again, because that means we're back in that consolidation. So I need SPY to drop like a rock, and that way we get to get lower than this strong support at 14.14. Let's look at the level 2. There's no imbalance at level 2, but we get to see the prints here at 14.15 now. So 14.15 is the prints. So I don't see anyone stepping in there to buy it. 14 point, yeah, there you go, 14. That's the support that we're trying to break off. What you don't want to see is in the tape that it's printing, a bright green, because that means people are putting their orders above the ask. So that means they're buying it. Right now, I don't see that. So that's good. This is the pullback that I was waiting for the SPY. So that's helping this M trade. So yeah, M is working really good. So now we are encountering that 14.14. Boom. There you go. It's good. Next support. 14 point, next support, about to go down, 14.11. Come on, let's go. 14.12. Next support here. All right. Almost there. All right, so that 14.13 acted as a strong support there. That is the wick right here. SPY is just consolidating. So if SPY have another pull back here, another leg down, that can help the M trade here. So we're getting close to that VWAP there. We're now below those moving average right here in the 5 minutes. Let's see our volume bar. That's a big volume bar that went through with that 14.14. So yeah, some profit takers there, but this trade right here is still looking okay. SPY in the 5 minutes have that inverted hammer. So if SPY goes lower than R3, then yeah, we can expect a better move here. Another leg down, 14.13 is the next support there. And then the VWAP is 14.11. So haven't AMD, look at this, drop like a rock. Yeah, that is the You have the R3 here. They have the S3. Yeah, the good entry there, 121.3. M, you get the hammer right here. Hammer can be a sign of reversal, so we have to take that into consideration. Unless SPY have a massive drop, this one can just retest again that level, which is 14.2. Looks like SPY just lost the moving average in the 1 minute. So in the 5 minutes, we have that inverted hammer at 1340. This one just had another leg up, M, which is expected because you have the hammer right there in the 5 minutes. And we were very close to that VWAP right there. So now we're back to 14.19, but at least we are now below that 14.22, this one right here. So now we are inside the body of yesterday's candlestick. Just don't go to 14.22. SPY having another leg down. SPY is like falling off the cliff from that R3 in the 5 minutes. What else is here? Coin looks like a good short here. You have the double top. You have a small candlestick here. You have the wick right there, higher time frame. Tesla already dropped. And then now we're just consolidating here in M. Amazon also dropping like, yeah, falling off the cliff there. Same thing with the AMD. But M is back on the 14.20. So back in that consolidation. GPS. Let's look at GPS here. Macy's is taking its time. It went at the VWAP, went down. Yeah, I don't have the confidence that this one is gonna push higher. It just lost the VWAP. It tried, this is the second time it did that, but the volume bar here is dying when it's pushing up for GPS. Alright, so Macy's here back at 14.21. Wow, that was a big move right there. SPY just lost R3. Very weak SPY in the 5 minutes. This can be one of the last pushed up with M, hopefully, before it dropped like a rock. 14.21. There's you know, that's still a 50-50 probability. So let's look at our volume bar right here. That's a big volume bar right there at the 1 minute. All right, so we're back in that 14.25, 24. That looks like the price that it's been trying to defend earlier. So we're back there. SPY now looking weak. It had reached that, if we use the pivot point analysis with SPY, it had reached that R3. So that R3 in SPY can act as a strong ceiling and it can just go back down to S3. This is where short squeeze can happen. Those who were trying to short it here at this level, let's see, a higher time frame at 14.22, they can be short squeeze and they starting to cover their position, so they're buying it back. So that can also yeah, have that little bit of a leg up there. But let's see here. So volume bar did pick up there at 14.25. And that's the reason why it's very important to have a good entry here. Yeah, just because of that wild movement that it can do. So SPY still below R3. Volume bar did picked up here. Now it's 14.27. So we're still in this trade because, yeah, stop loss is still in all the way up in 1433, which is the break even, because that is my entry there. So let's look at the 5 minutes, what it's doing. Big volume bar here. All right, volume bar 240,000. Let's look at right here. You have your candlestick, big candlestick here. Volume bar is not as much. So first anomaly there, 5 minutes, you have a big volume bar. Big candlestick, not much of a big volume bar. Okay, so let's see here, 1426, 29. Yeah, looks like this one still has a potential for this to go down. Looks like this is the last leg up before another leg down. The reason for my bias is that big volume bar, this big candlestick at 1416 does not have a big volume bar right here. So that's the first anomaly there. But of course you have to respect your stop loss here. Let's see, 1431, keep pushing this up to 1431. My entry here is 14.33. So let's see here. You have your hammer at 145. Looking at the tape here, having dosed 1431, it's stuck in that 14.31. Big order at 14.23. That was a big order at 14.23 right there. Just have those prints. So yeah, I don't think this is gonna push up. But stop loss is, yeah, entry there, 14.33. So there's an order 14.27 in the tape. That's a red print there. SPY retesting the R3. We're now at 30. Let's see, we do have a level 14.33. It's the next level there. Let's see our 1 minute. 1 minute is having a little bit of a pullback in 14.30, but that's not reliable yet, just because a 1 minute can be so erratic that 14.28 now is the print there. So if I was aggressive, I could have added to my short in that 14.32, but I already had that my max out with my position here. Let's see, 14.32, that acted as a strong ceiling there. What I saw was, even if we were at 14.30, there were prints at 14.23 even. So that's all the way down here. And I don't see a big order sitting at the ask for 14.33, above that 14.33. So let's see here. SPY had another leg up, so we have to consider that. $30 here, 31. So we're now at the 31, 32. Let's see our volume bar here. There is a lot of volume in the 30 minutes with that pushed up. So 31 here, big volume bar pushed through at that 31. Now there's a big candlestick that went through at 1 minute at that 14.31. So let's see here, volume bar is there. Thinking of, should I add to my position? If I add to my position, that means I would have to have a tighter stop loss. But yeah, that was a big volume bar right there. 137,000 that came through once it reached that 14.32. So I haven't didn't get stop out yet. 14.30. See here, SPY pushing up again. Let's see, thinking of adding to this position. I just added to my position there, to the short. That is an advanced strategy though, especially if you're gonna be adding, you have to consider that you will have a tighter stop loss. But yeah, SPY looking like it had that double top. This one, the volume bar. So let's see here. All right, so this one, you have 140,000 here. I did add to my position here, and 1429. So this one can still go either direction. Big volume bar right here. We are now above the moving average. We were just in, still back in that range. SPY is creating a new high of the day. So new high for the day for SPY, 451 there. So now, yeah, this one is just getting very erratic here. 1434. 29. So we're back in that 30. So this one can still go either direction here. Microsoft just goes up. That's a 3 cents drop there with this. SPY creating a new high. Added to my position there. 1431 is my new average cost because I added to my position. INTC creating a new high. AMD is so strong, 119 all the way to 121. And then we have our coin, just watching that. So this one can still go either direction, as what we know from the past. Trade is always a probability. $26 here. Looks like it's about to lose or go below that moving average, that 26. So it just went below that moving average there. This trade right here is just taking longer than usual. All right, 1426. We're now back at 25. This is the wall that we were talking about earlier. Will it defend that wall? SPY's having new high of the day. And we're still back here at 27. Amazon creating a new high of the day as well. Looking at the volume bar here in the 5 minutes, you have a big volume bar, almost 500,000 shares at that pushed at 155. So 155 had that pushed, and let's see. So that pushed up at 155. The volume bar there is lesser than the 1215 when it pushed up right there in the 5 minutes. So what I can see here is the buyers who is pushing this up is could be losing steam as well for this to pushed up, because now we got a rejection at that 14.31 instead of the previous high, which is 14.39. And that's why I added to my position right here. So now instead of 14.33 as my average cost now is at 14.31 with that add. SPY is having a new high of the day here. OMG. So 14.24.25, we're back in that range. Let's look at our tape. Tape is 25.26. We're back in that. SPY having new high of the day. That's not helping this trade at all. So 26. Let's see if there's any news. So, SPY pushing up. What are we doing? We're below the moving average. The thing that I get to see here is this one had a leg up to 14.31. That one looks like that one was the last push up because of the volume bar. Was comparing this volume bar 155 to the volume bar in 1215. That's actually lesser. So it looks like that is the last leg up for this. Now this one not necessarily have to, drop like a rock throughout the afternoon. It can still just consolidate at this level. So we have to consider that factor as well. Did SPY reach its high? SPY is up by $1.11. Tesla dropped from 237 to 234. $3 dropped there from Tesla. Coin has a pullback. Piton has a pullback. Everything else has a pullback. What is Nvidia? Nvidia is about to have another pullback. SPY having a leg down. Coin here. The good trade that could have happened here was when we were short at 14.33, could have partial here, re-entered the trade. But yeah, of course we did not expect this leg up from 14.13 all the way to 14.32. We did not expect that SPY is just gonna push that strong. So with that, back at the 25. AMD looks like it's ready for a pullback. Nvidia already have that pullback. Tesla already have a good pullback there. Amazon looks like due for a pullback. Wow, look at that. It's already 2:14. So let me just mute my Mac quickly here while I have my eat something. So that one was a strong, yeah, a hammer right there, 14.26. A volume bar, not a lot. I really cannot see a lot data about this volume bar. They're like medium size. Tesla got a good pullback. AMD having a good pullback there, double top. Amazon, a big volume bar right here, so that means, yeah, it can have a potential for a pullback there as well. M right here pushing up. Yeah, we're just back in that consolidation. I don't see any imbalance in the tape here, as well as in the level 2, I mean. Big order, 14.25. 14.25 there. 14.25 right here. $14.25 right here at the bottom of this candlestick. There you go. 14.25. No imbalance. Expect some consolidation. SPY lost that moving average. SPY is just playing today. Back in Macy's. Macy's is one of the most boring stock to trade today. It's just, come on, it's just not moving. Come on, Macy's, do something. We're back in that 14.24. Oh my gosh. I'm tired of looking at this Macy's. Let's look at something else. Let's see here. Look at how terrible this Uber today. Look at that. You cannot trade any of that. Those wicks, those are algorithm. Those are the things that you want to be you want to be away from. Amazon having that pullback. We saw that happening because of this big candlestick, or sorry, big volume bar. You know what? I'll just start calling it volume. It's just such a long name. All right, this volume right here. That was the giveaway for the pullback. Still same level. 14.25, 24. INTC made a big move. 42.7 all the way to 43.45. else? Uber, what a messy price action there. That's algorithm. So if you want to check how algorithm looks like, look at even that 5 minutes Uber candlestick. So if your 5 minutes looks like this, how much more is the 1 minute? 1 minute is, yeah, the algorithmic trade is more obvious in this 5 minutes. Look at this. All right, come on. We are still stuck there. It'll be interesting what it'll do at the power hour, which we're almost there. 30 more minutes before the power hour. How high are we in SPY? We're just up by 18% with SPY. So my strategy here at M, my stop loss here is gonna be that 14.31, just that break even. Yeah, really getting, this thing is getting nowhere. Coin dropping here. Don't hear any news at all. So we're still stuck in that. With this kind of trade, this is like, oh, I could have just end my trade with the two stocks that I did, that GPS and Amazon, just because this one is just going nowhere and it is such a waste of time. Back in that 27. Back again, that 27, 28. Volume bar is not there, the 5 minutes. Let's see the one. Okay, volume bar. So looks like what SPY did was it tested the high of 2 days ago, that 451, and that 451 acted as a resistance. So that 451 is this. So acted as a strong resistance, and from there it just got that rejection. 14.3 rejection there again. So SPY now is due for a pullback, considering that it encountered that resistance right there 2 days ago, that 451.34. So that's reassuring. If SPY has a bigger leg down, yeah, that can give a little bit of a push down to Macy's. This one about to, so yeah, Amazon, look at that, looks like about to fall off the cliff. All right, let's look at some other stuff here. Something that is more interesting. AMD, this one is still just in the range, 1429. Okay, so that one was a pushed up there. Let's see. Created that new high, 32. Big rejection there coming at 31. 30. Was rejected there. The high of that is 14.32. How does that look like in your daily? In the 1 minute, you have the big candlestick there, 84,000. So 84,000 at that 14.31. Looks like a lot of stop loss got hit there. 14.31, we're now 14.30. Let's see, just added to my position there to the short. Yeah, that one was the last leg up there. So I added to my position to the short. That one was a big anomaly. With that 1 minute, that pushed up to 84, pushed up to 14.32 with that 84,000 shares. That is one of the biggest volume bar there. So that's where I re-added to my position. So let's see, 1429. Let's see the 5 minutes there. 5 minutes got a good add. So entry there. Average cost is 14.31. Let's see, we're now again back in 1427. SPY is below R3 now. All right, so looks like, yeah, that's a big anomaly right there, 230. It could have been also those stop loss got hit. So this one can still go either direction. So we have to make sure that, there still is a probability trade. Can still go either direction. 1431 is my entry there, and yeah, my stop loss there is gonna be at that 14.33. SPY about to lose that R3, right there. What SPY did, just like what I mentioned earlier, retested the high of 2 days ago at 451. After it retested, then you get the rejection. Now that SPY is ready for a push down, let's see if Macy's is ready for a push down as well. This better have a push down, or I'm not gonna go shopping to Macy's again. So 14.27. Amazon is still falling here. All right. 28. I'm tired looking at this tape here. So we still have our stop loss right there, 14.33. Come on. 25 minutes before the power hour. This can still go either direction. It can create a new high because of, this comparing it from yesterday's, or it can push down. We don't know exactly for sure what's gonna happen. All we know is at that one pushed up to 14.31, that was a big volume that went through. For this to keep pushing up, it needs at least 86,000 shares to be bought for this to have a pushed up. So unless there is an 86,000 sitting here at the ask, then this has no momentum to push higher. And with the SPY having that R3 right now below the moving average, we'll see. There's not a lot of volume right here in that 1 minute. So let's see. This will have some forms of consolidation here. All right. This is the decision right here. 130. You have the 29. So average cost is still this level right here. Stop loss is at that 33. 14.4 is the high of this candlestick here, or high of this stock today. SPY having a curl. Looking for some anomaly here. Yeah, that's the last anomaly that I can see here. So 86,000. All right, if we don't get that 86,000 volume, then this is not going to have a momentum to push higher. So with that 86,000 volume that went through at 14.32, it had a big rejection there. SoFi making a new high. Back to that 26.25, back again to that level 26.25. This thing is, this thing is playing. It's like watching a game. All right, SPY due for a pullback. Come on. About to lose that R3 here for the SPY. And M is not doing anything. Big order there, 1426, which there's a bunch of orders as well in the 28, so that can just consolidate 26.28. All right, looks like another pushed up here. It's 29. Lots of order at the 29. Wow, this thing is really shaking. Shaking a lot of traders here. This is where what they call the shakeout. SPY just lost that 9. This R3. SPY just lost the R3. So SPY having that pullback, and that's the reason why I got a little bit of a conviction for this to short, to add to the position in M, because SPY, as soon as it touched that strong resistance 2 days ago, then that was the time to add to the position here in Macy's, which I did. So I was adding to those position right there, just because it's a cheap price stock. So with that add, still the average cost is all the way up here, 14.31. So far still green here, just because we have that good entry there. Yep, nothing here, just a bunch of consolidation. SPY as well, consolidating. This can still go either direction. We have been in this range for the last couple of hours, from 12:15, even earlier than that, 11:15, 11, 12, 1, 2. Well, 1, 2, 3 hours. Wow, that's really is a long time. INTC falling here. M is not doing anything. Look at the Amazon here. That was the giveaway, that big volume bar. As soon as you get to see that volume bar, 144 all the way to 144.47. So that's already a 40 cents move. All right, SPY is now below the R3 here. You have the R3, you have the S3. We're now below the R3. So SPY looking good to the short. But our trade is still in the M. It is getting defended there actually. That 26, it's still above the moving average. It's still above the moving average here. So the support that this one is trying to break off of is that 14.24. That is the support in the 15. No imbalance in the tape as well in the level 2. SPY just had a good move to the downside, and this one is still holding 14.26. So let's see here, you have the volume bar there. What's our volume bar in the daily? Biggest volume bar here with not much of a push. This is being traded actively at 20 million shares. SPY looking really good. The R3 there was lost. M is still playing with us. It went to 25 and then pushed up again. All right, 15 minutes before the power hour. So for M to show a significant move down, it needs to break this support, this 14.25. Otherwise, yeah, this trade will not look to the short side if it doesn't break that support, that 14.24. So 14.24 there is the support that needs to be broken. $29. Back at that again. Yeah, this level is just getting not so clean now. Look at the daily, the 1 minute here. Big candlestick here. Volume, not as much. So all the signs there for a short is there, but it's just not budging. It's just not doing its thing. This is another squeeze up that can happen. We're back at 14.30. All right, another squeeze up here. Stop loss here is that 14.33. So I'm risking 0.02. So risking 0.02 here. Volume is still picking up there. The volume bar in the 15 minutes is also, yeah, getting very tiny. So that can speaks to how choppy as well as how this one is just in that range, because it really cannot decide what it wants to do, because yeah, there's not a lot of volume there. This is the first volume bar that is red at that 245. So with that doji right there, first volume bar that is red right there. Let's look at 1429, 30. Now for those high of day break, you have to imagine and consider as well, there are some traders who will take this one long, hoping for a pop. So those are the traders that is, you know, against us, basically, because we are short. So trying to consider that the other end of the spectrum is traders who are high of day break traders, those who would like to long, those who had you know, a breakout to the long or high of day. INTC is like falling off the cliff there. Alright, that was a big drop right there. SPY needs to drop more. Now I'm looking at the 1 minute. What am I doing? All right, 1428. I think I need to switch my chart to a black background again. This white is just killing my eyes. So the thing that I don't like here is, we're entering the power hour. Stocks can do three things. It can go, of course, obviously go up, go down, or become stagnant. So what I'm hoping is it will decide what it wants to do and not just get stuck in 14.28. SPY still below that R3. No imbalance. Amazon already dropped like a rock. Already had a drop 145 to 144.46. So that is a 50 cents there. BLTR also has that drop. INTC, everything is dropping. Macy's now is below that moving average, but it is having that support at 14.28. Yeah, someone is holding the line here at 14.28. With the 15 minutes though, it is, let's see here, 15. Yeah, it's still in that range. You can see here though is this candlestick right here. That was a big push up. Look at this one. So they tried to defend that price at 14.31. Volume bar is there. 828,000. So for this to keep pushing up, it still is needing at least that almost 1 million or more than 800 shares for this to push higher. 1451. Almost at the power hour. Volume is dying there with this 15 minutes candlestick. With the 30 minutes, we are back in that range. Amazon. Very nice view reversal from Amazon. Look at this one. Wow. That's the money maker there. All right, 7 minutes before the power hour. For the power hour, this can just have another leg up or leg down. $14.27. Okay, 29. Another pushed up here. SPY's pulling back. We have 30. 32. That was a big volume there. Four minutes before the power hour. Yeah, that was a big volume bar there, 73,000. So we have to consider this. We are going to higher high, higher low here. You have the ceiling here, 1433. That ceiling can just easily get broken and it can just pushed up as well. We have seen that a couple of times before, that ceiling can just push up as well. So you have to be very careful with the stop loss here. Because yeah, it can just go either direction. SPY having R3 now as a support. Volume bar came up here. We are not having a lot of movements here. So that move is just 25 to 31, 6.06. All right, so let's see here. Looks like they're trying to defend that 14.25 here. Looking at the daily. Your daily there. You have, we went above the body of that 14.21. 1421 is the body for that. This is where the shakeout is gonna happen. All right, big volume bar here. Got the sellers come up here. We're still in that 31. All right, 1 minute before we get a new 15-minute candlestick and a 5-minute, and 1 minute before the power hour. $31, still printing 31 there. All right, back to that 31. Okay, 3. Not a lot of volume here. You get the hammer right there. All right, so it's still in that above that moving average here. So yeah, still short here. 1431 is my entry there. Oh. So no imbalance right there at the tape and at the level 2. Just bunch of wicks. Now in the 1 minute, I don't like how the 1 minute looks like. 1 minute looks like an yeah, very algorithmic actually. I don't like that all those wicks are all lined up in the 1 minute. That can only happen with computers. So that's the thing that I don't like about what I'm seeing now. That happened right before 3 p.m. You see this, all this wick right here that are lined up, those looks like just bunch of algos. And that's the thing that I don't like about that, because if you have bunch of algos, not a lot of retail traders are in, then there's no flow, with the order flow, it will just gonna be like going back and forth, which is what is happening now. All right, so this one, you have this is what we call a bull flag pattern here. You have a flag, a little bit of a pullback right there. This can actually just have another leg up. So that's the thing that we have to be mindful of. You have the consolidation here, testing that ceiling couple of times, and this can just have another leg up, which is this 14.4. So that's the thing that we have to be careful of. So what we are seeing here is the low of the next candlestick is getting higher than the previous one. So we're getting the support there, which is not good if you are short, because you're seeing the support there. It's going higher and higher. So let's see, is this the leg up? With that bunch of algos that's happening, this can just get stuck in this price. So for the past from 11 up to now, we are just moving 431 to 414. We're only talking about 15 cents here. 24, 23, 25. All right, so let's see, trying to push that up. 32 there is the high of this candlesticks. Bunch of algorithm in the one. Okay, so we've reached that level right there, 32. Yeah, it's just not, nothing is happening. Next support there, 35. Very close to getting stop out here. C. So we're still at that 14.33, 34. So I'm only able to hold this position because my entry here is 14.31. That means I'm just risking the 0.03 right now. The next level there is 35. So if your entry here is that 14.22, you should be considering of where is your stop loss right here. Are you able to hold this one to 35, which is the next resistance? Otherwise, it will be very risky because the next support there or resistance is at 14.4. So at this point, that the tides had turned, you have the higher, it is respecting that support in that 9 EMA, and it did touch that 1435. 1435, the next resistance there is 14.4. So let's see here, looks like 35 had a rejection there. SPY is pulling back as well. We're at 1511. SPY just had a drop in the 1 minute. So this is where the importance of that entry will play. So 14.35, that is the resistance right there because that is the wick of this candlestick right here. What was that? All right, that one was a shakeout right there. That was 91,000 shares that just got dumped in that 14.35. All right. Just, my goodness, 92,000. Talking about 100,000. Shares of almost 100,000 just got dumped at 14.35. So we have 45 minutes before the market closes. I'm back again at that break-even one.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 8 million to the sell side.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
All right, so SPY just had a big pullback right here at the 1 minute. And we are still stuck with this M trade here, which looks like they're really pushing this up.
OpenAI, Sam Open to depart, and
You have a big volume bar that came,
as CEO leave the board of directors.
100,000 there. SPY, this is the pullback that I was waiting
Mira Mirati
for.
to serve as interim
And of course, this pullback
CEO
from the
effective
SPY
immediately.
is not doing anything with him. Look at even the SPY is just looks like gonna close red today. So that one was a very good move all the way to the VWAP. The rest of the AMD just fall off of that as well. PLTR, the same thing. M is not doing anything. It's even pushing higher. So yeah, this one is strong. They're trying to defend that price, and looks like, yep, about to go to 130 to 1435 now. So 1436. Big order sitting right there, 37. So at this point, yeah, should be respecting your stop loss. SPY had a good move right there, and M is still pushing higher. Wow, look at that. Just create a new high. So yeah, that one just created a new high at that 14.42. So we have less than 20 minutes here before the market closes. Last 11 minutes.
Early market on close imbalance still sitting at 8 million to the sell side.
Last 10 minutes here. This volume that came in here was 500,000 shares.
Once again, Sam Altman has been fired by the board of OpenAI to be replaced by the interim CEO, who is the current Chief Technology Officer, Mira Murati.
Last 8 minutes.
Early market on close imbalance still sitting at 8 million to the sell side.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
According to the CFTC, US Treasury 10-year note futures short positioning hits the largest since mid-October. Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 730 million to the buy side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market on close imbalance 730 million to the buy side.
than 5 minutes before the market closes here. So this one, let's see if last 3 minutes. So for that, yeah, if we're not planning to hold this one, we have to make sure that we close our position here. Or if you are planning to do a post-market trade, then which, if your entry is okay, then that's fine. But otherwise, this can still shoot up at the post-market. So yeah, you have 2 minutes to close your position here. Last 1 minute.
1 minute to the market close.
Tons of orders coming in there. All right, so all out of that position there. Let's see.
SYBX and Logic said on November 13th, Michael Jensen, CFO, resigned effective December 1st. That is Sandy Yankee Bravo X-ray. MRK Merck FDA panel votes against data that Merck's drug provides clinically meaningful benefit to chronic cough patients. That is MRK Merck.
DBRS Morningstar confirms United Kingdom at AA stable trend.
BWMN Bowman announcing a new share buyback program. Bravo Whiskey Michael November.
And then I said,
Okay.
hold
So US stocks saw small moves after a $2.7 trillion rally in November that was fueled by bets the Federal Reserve will end its hiking cycle to prevent a recession. The dollar erased its 2023 advance. The S&P 500 traded above 4,500, notching its third straight week of gains, the longest run since July. Piles of derivatives contracts tied to stocks and indexes matured, which typically amplifies instability. Applied Materials sank on a report it faces a U.S. criminal probe for allegedly violating export and restrictions to China. Home builders rose as new home constructions picked up. The dollar saw its worst week in 4 months amid bets the currency has already peaked, with softer than expected economic data reinforcing bets the Fed is done with rate hikes. 10-year US yields were little changed. Oil climbed but posted its fourth straight weekly drop on supply pressures. Traders also kept a close eye on the latest Fed speak. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Barr reiterated officials are likely at or near the end of their tightening campaign. Yet Fed Bank of San Francisco President Daly said policymakers aren't certain inflation is on a path to their 2% target.
So just trying to see if there's any other trades at the post market that are active. Just going through my scanner here. The challenging thing about having to trade at the post market is there's not going to be a lot of movements unless you get to pick the one that has.
According to the
the most volume.
CFTC, US Treasury 10-year note futures leveraged fund net short positioning hits the largest since May.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
This is what you call overtime in the stock market. Base. And then what else is there? Snap, Amazon, Roku did. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was trying to look for anything that's moving post market so I can do more trading. This is what you call overtime, I guess. But I keep on looking at the scanner. All I get to see is no movements at all at the post market. So post market here, no movements. Even this, no movement here. FSR, it's just stagnant. LCID, no movement. Oxy, no movement as well. Coin, Piton, CCL. So there's no point of doing a trade post market when there's no movement there. Got a little frustrated with the M trade that I did. Did not turn out as how I expected to be. But yeah, we'll do our recap here. So for the recap, I did 3 trades today, and 2 trades at the open were good. Overtraded the M, which is the Macy's trade. So with that, let's just dissect what I did here. So these are the kind of days that, I should have just stopped at the first 2 trades, should not overtraded, but it is what it is. So I gave a lot back to the market in the afternoon, which is I'm gonna take. That's how the market is. You cannot always predict what is the movements is, but you always just can, what do you call this, mitigate your risk, and from there have it as a learning point. So for today, I traded 3 stocks. So I traded Amazon, GPS, and M. So let's look at Amazon. So those 3 trades, well, the first 2 trades were solid. The M trade is the losing trade. So with that, let's see first what the SPY did. So SPY had that very small move to the upside. It closed up by 0.06% or 27 cents. So basically that is a flat. And for my Amazon, well, let's see first my opening range breakout. Did not get to manage this good, but was able to capture the move there. This one was, let's see here. This one is actually a VWAP play, so I'll take that back. A VWAP play, because what is an opening range breakout? An opening range breakout is if you are going to be trading at the open, and the strategy there is once it goes past through your pre-market high, which is here, the levels that I placed is, let me just make sure that my mic is working. All right. So pre-market high, pre-market low. At the pre-market high at 16.5, an opening range breakout is you go long here, which I did not get to do long. I haven't been doing any opening range breakout lately, but what I saw was how strong this stock is. So it is above the VWAP. What I was waiting for is a pullback to the VWAP so I can start entering long at 16.6, but it never get that pullback at the VWAP. When I was looking at it, it already made that move. So did not get that pullback at the VWAP, so I just entered at the high of this candlestick. So that's 16.9. Keep adding to my position, and with that add to my position, I was able to build up a good amount of shares right here. So that average cost came up to be at 16.99. Did get the pop right there, took some partial, 17.32. There is that R4 right there. That is the first sign of reversal right there. So you have the first red candlestick after that huge pop. So I was just partialing there and moving my stop loss at the sign of reversal, and sure enough, it got me stop out. So with that stop out, I did not get to capture the whole move. So I left at least, let's see here, 17.45, 1780, and 18.1. So I left at least 60 cents in the table. So that's the thing about trading. You cannot get that whole move. If you can, then yeah, you must be an algorithm, or you must be a computer. But yeah, you cannot get the whole move. But what you can do is have a logical risk to reward ratio. And if, this one, I only get to capture 16.8 all the way to 17.5-ish. So that entry there is 16.9. And then it went all the way to 17.5 is my last share there. So 50 cents move. That one was a quick trade right there. This is the exact opposite of Macy's. Macy's just kept me all day from 11 all the way to the close. Yeah, Macy's was just I dread doing the trade in Macy's. So that was a GPS trade. So I got 1400 with that. And then next one is Amazon. Amazon is a little bit tricky, but I was short. A couple of stubs in Amazon here to the short. So first is you got that inverted hammer. I went short, added to that position, and was able to capture this one. I shorted it again here, and I got stop out. So now we have this doji looking. I went short below the body of that doji and was able to capture, got all out at the sign of reversal, and another short right here. So with that short, I was able to get 1400 with that. So with this, this one worked out. This one was a stop out. So that one did not work out. This one worked out. And this one worked out. So let's analyze which one worked out and which one did not. The one that worked out is you get that almost doji looking. I went below the body of that. Stop loss is right here. So was able to capture that. Then, re-entered here, captured that as well. And I was waiting for a double top. So double top right here. And that's the reason why, I have stop loss right here. As soon as it popped again, I entered, but I got stop out right here. The good entry there was the first sign of reversal, which is the reason why when I realized that I really haven't seen that red candlestick yet. So when I saw this doji here, I entered short, added to my position, and was able to capture this. And then all out at that sign of reversal, which is the head of this candlestick there. Short again, you got the first top, second top. This is almost like this looking. So short there and all out. So with that Amazon, although it's a bit tricky, it's tricky because I am going against the trend. And I am aware of that. I like reversal. You see here, the trend here is going this way. So the trade that I'm doing is just a nugget of those, a little bit of those nugget trade. So pull back, pull back, pull back. Was able to capture that pullback. But the easy trade is this. The only thing is, the reason why I'm not doing a long here is at the open, it already made that move. So once a stock made that move for me, the risks of entering to the long is higher for me because this one can just create a V reversal. So that's why I am more apt to doing a reversal here or a little bit of that short. One can argue that, you have your almost a flagpole right here, and then you have your consolidation before it breaks up. So that is the bull flag pattern. But with that overextension that I get to see, plus there's no volume there, I just went short at that little bit of a pullback. So with that short little bit of a pullback, maximizing my share size, was able to get 1,400 with that as well. Now M is the pain in the butt trade here. So what I'm looking for M, I think, got a bit overconfident here as well. And another lesson here is you always want to trade, trade a stock that is not dependent on what you have done from those previous trade that you did. So for me, since I got green with Amazon, with GPS, kind of felt like, confidence was this level. And it did humbled me because it turned against me. So for this one, what I saw with M or Macy's was you got a big rejection right here. Let's go back to what I was looking at here. And this is the daily. So the daily here looks like I have a good entry to the short because yesterday that is the high of this moved. You have a little bit of a wick right there. I entered short close to the high of yesterday and waiting for a little bit of a pullback. That pullback did not happen. It happened around this one. This is the lowest that it went through. That's the pros and cons of not being able to partial. I did not partial when it went all the way down here. I was already up by that time, but did not partial just because, again, got a bit overconfident there that it is still going to go below the VWAP, which it did not. So that one was a failed trade. So what I saw here was it keeps going higher high, higher low, looking like an overextended. I just saw this one because I was trading this one yesterday. Yesterday was able to capture a small move to the upside, which was very profitable. And today, I did have to give it back. So what I saw here is, that big candlestick, have a pullback. We are close to the high of yesterday. So I shorted it there, added to my position, just building a position there. Just because this one only moves less than $1. So you have, what is that? Almost 13.5, and this one is 14.43. So like 90 cents move. For me to make a good profit out of this, I have to build up my position. So every time there's a pop, I started a position, got stop out there. As soon as I saw that, okay, this candlestick here or this bar right here might be a sign of exhaustion for the buyers. So I re-entered, added to my position. This is the almost close to the VWAP that I should have at least partial, because at that point I have a good profit at that time. Did not kept my position, and sure enough, that just killed me there. So did not partial here. I saw that we got some ceiling there, some resistance, so started to build my position, and then I just went all out. That was at 4:30, half of my position out at 14.44. I did not see that this is gonna go any lower, so out before I hit my hotkey just like a couple of seconds before 4, and it looks like it went to the post market. So all out here, but half of my position was out here, and yeah, just close all of it at this. So I did have to give some back with that mess up trade with Macy's. So things that I have to learn from this. So with every day trade, there's always a learning thing that we can get out of. So for me, learning thing here is I was already up by 3K, right? 3K did get to a bit over trade there, just because if you're up by 3K and then you gave half away back, a little bit more than half away back, including the commission, yeah, that was a little bit of a big pull down to the profit. So the takeaway here is, I will get very much, be careful next time. Easier said than done. But what I'm trying to say is, if I'm up already by 3K, then not having 25% of my profit should be the one that I'm risking. So if I'm up by 3K, I should have just risk not 1,500, but even half of that 1,500, which is 750. So moving forward, once I get that profit in, only risk 25% of that profit. So it doesn't have that big of a pullback. Because it doesn't feel that good when, you're up by 3K, or at least almost 3K, 2.9 to be exact, and then have to give half of it back. So not the best trading day, but I'm just glad that Amazon and GPS kind of built that buffer that, at least it's still a green day, but could have managed it better. So those are the thoughts that I have. With the rest of the trades, I would encourage you guys to do the same thing. You have your risk to reward, you know how much per share you're risking, your stop loss is there. And then also, once you get to be on the green zone, how much of that profit are you willing to risk? For me, risking 50% of that profit is a bit still aggressive. As you can see here, it could have been, just a little bit of a pullback, but I gave half away back when I'm already in my target. So moving forward, I also encourage you guys to just risk 25% of the profit. In that way, once that 25%, if it did not work, then you know that you only gave away or gave back 25%, and it wouldn't feel as bad. I think that emotion is there as well, considering that it's a Friday, that I don't have you have Saturday and Sunday to kind of like think through it. But giving back your profit after that long day of work is not the great feeling. I was hoping that I get to trade at the post market, but there's just no stocks that are moving at all. Even those that have the Benzinga guy is calling out these stocks, and every time he's calling it out, I just keep like typing it and seeing if there's any movements at all, which there's none. So with that, it's a lesson learned for the day. Just risk 25% of what you've already made. In that way, it will not make a big chunk of your profit. You don't want to give away half of your profit just because of overconfidence, as well as a trade. A trade is always going to be a 50-50. So given that it's always a probability of 50-50, you don't want to overdo it. You don't want to have that feeling of having or losing that half of what you made. So I know it's a long run, but I hope you guys have learned as well something here, because that's one of the worst day for a day trader is, for you to meet your target goal and give it back. I'm glad that I'm still green for the day, but the effort that I put into today did not materialize. So I think I'm being too, what do you call this? Hard on myself as well, but that's how I learn. So from the whole couple of hours that you guys were watching, the takeaway here is once you're up already, only risk 25% of what you've gained already. No matter how small that gain is, just risk 25% of that. And I think that will come a long way, and you will, have a better day trading, as well as consistent, make it a more consistent trade, and as well as, you can still consider yourself as a disciplined trader, because the last thing that we want is to become a trader that is undisciplined, a trader that is not sticking to the plan, and a trader that is a poor risk to reward ratio and a poor psychology as well. So 3 most important things in trading is the 3 M's. You have your method, which is your strategies. You have your mind, which is your psychology, and the money, which is the risk to reward ratio. So with that, done with the rant. I hope you guys had a green trading day, and I hope you guys had a better trading day than I did. And yeah, do not give away those profit that you already made. If you have to take another trade, just do 25% of what you've already made. And that's a note to self as well. So with that, it's November 17. It's almost 5 in the afternoon. So thank you so much for watching. And with that, I hope you guys have learned something, and we'll do this again next time. Until then, keep it green and have a great weekend. Thanks.